11th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Prior to beginning our daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to catch those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Let's talk a little bit about how this astrology is impacting all of the signs. We are going to start right now with Pisces. Pisces, this week is a lot of navigating through the eclipse season that we've got coming up. We're in the pre-eclipse period. And I got to just stress that this can be a little bit intense, particularly for those with Piscean placements. Now, for you, it has a lot to do with the fact that you're very good with navigating your emotions. And even in the state by which you're potentially good at recognizing when you're feeling an uptick. However, others not recognizing when they're feeling an energetic uptick from the eclipse season, that may be making it feel like you're having to deal with other people's mountains. So it feels a lot like mountain placement this week, being able to recognize what is your energetic responsibility versus what the responsibility of others are. Make sure that you're helping others through emotional overwhelm, right? And that doesn't mean that you have to be energetically available if another person is coming to you in a way that is completely unacceptable, but being able to identify a sense of purpose, the direction, right? Think about direction sense this week. Aquarius, this week is going to be having to deal with the practicality of dreams and the impracticality of dreams. The ability to understand and recognize that the shape of trauma that we often carry arrives to us in the form of others identifying that our dreams are impractical. I feel like there's a deep moment right now of healing for those with Aquarian placements, but it may be feeling like there's a lot of emotional unpacking that's occurring there because it's the observation, and this is where the inner child healing comes through. When we're trying to do something that has never been done before, the song we will hear is the impracticality of it, right? And our ability to have fortitude through others' impracticality that we perceive as a lack of vision strengthens our own goals and our sense of purpose. However, we sometimes carry feelings for past experiences where we've gone through experiences of that nature and we did not feel that we had the support of others around us to be able to endure through traumatic situations of that nature. So this could potentially be a time of deep healing, being able to arrive with the presence of self that would have energetically protected you from something in past experiences. Capricorn, there's something very important that we're seeing this week related to potentially finding expertise through compassion. Capricorns, listen, you are exquisite when it comes to navigating the space of the feelings. However, where does that confidence go when creativity shows up, right? It's often very difficult because when we're working through things creatively, it often feels like we have to be extremely vulnerable. But I want you to remember this week that that space of your vulnerability is also an expertise, right? We don't arrive fully formed in having the confidence to show our creative side. And in fact, there's a lot of vulnerability that often we experience in the context of bringing creativity to the forefront, particularly and especially because creativity has that rough tendency of showing us things that we couldn't necessarily see from the onset. Remember, your ability to find confidence as you pursue the ability of finding creativity, this is also the source of your child healing, because your inner child healing is one that identifies that perfection is how we navigate imperfection, right? It's not about seeking perfect, but the observation that as we work to perfect, we're going to see things that we could be doing differently in order so that we can refine them even further. So make sure that you're giving yourself a lot of compassion if you're going through vulnerable journeys of that nature. Sagittarius, here's the thing. It's very hard to embarrass you. We know this. Everybody knows trying to embarrass a Sagittarius is literally an endeavor. It's a fool's endeavor. However, there are some things that absolutely mortify you. And what we effectively identify, well, which can actually create the mortification point in a Sagittarius, is seeing another person trying to put a false sense of control over things, right? Because all you see when another person is trying to put a false sense of control over something is all of their insecurity showing. So if you're navigating situations or circumstances of that nature, try try to be present, right? Try to effectively navigate it with the observation that the best thing that we can do for others is help them be able to refine and identify and do something in a greater fashion, even in the context of being able to effectively identify and recognize and be that energetic supportive system as we work through situations and circumstances that may effectively trigger you, particularly as and especially as it relates to the work that we do in order to find bravery in the realm of our own insecurity. Libra, Scorpios. How are you doing right now? The thing about scorpionic energy, and you know this well, there's no avoidance space, right? There's nothing on earth than a Scorpio wants to avoid, because when the less that we're able to avoid, the more we're able to energetically embrace our authenticity. Unfortunately, it's just the understanding that not everybody arrives here with that deep desire to explore the way that you energetically do. And it can sometimes make you feel somewhat isolated. Remember, you are not alone in your isolation as it relates to the desire to dive deeper into things. Go find yourself a Cancer right now, okay? But being able to understand and navigate the observation that everybody can't control the depth that they themselves can navigate, that is how we can effectively bring compassion to things. Because when we think about love from the observation of recognizing each other's depth, then even in the context by which we ourselves are exploring the relationships around us, right, we can become adept at understanding and recognizing others' depths, which is the comfortability that one has in moving into something deeply that feels like it fortifies, versus situations and circumstances that may feel overwhelming and rattling to others. This is why we talk about what may be feeling really nourishing for one might be feeling destabilizing for another. Our ability to be able to ascertain that is built upon our own ability, like our own understanding of the self, and also in our ability to build trusting, honest communication with those that we care about. So if there's a situation or circumstance where another person is trying to move deeper with you and you're worried that they're not able to navigate that depth, make sure that you're expressing it. Make sure that you're talking about it. Allow past experiences to fortify present context. Now, our Libras, a lot of energy that we're potentially seeing arising up right now as it relates to authenticity and fake peerage. What do I mean by fake peerage? Fake peerage is when another individual tries to make another person believe something by initiating or engaging the ubiquitous they, right? That often we recognize and understand that when another person is channeling a ubiquitous they to say something, they usually mean the self. They usually mean me, right? The ubiquitous they that is often the me that is behind that. And your ability to see through that can often create the state or nature by which you are immediately able to put closure on things. It is not your responsibility to have to call someone. I mean it is your responsibility in order to call someone out when you recognize that they're utilizing the ubiquitous they. But if another person isn't being understanding or accommodating to the fact that they're in the space by which they're eagerly willing to swap out facts for opinions, your ability to just observe that that is an unreliable person or an unreliable narrator is all you need to build closure around circumstances or situations. Because when we're working to heal, right, we are also able to navigate and feel fortified by strong arguments, right? We would, when we are working through authenticity, we seek out strong conversations in order to build things even better. Not everybody, a lot of individuals, this is what we talk about a lot of individuals talk about things, but they lack the fortitude of navigating through the difficulty of them, because when we care about things, we want to be able to articulate and argue about them, because we realize that that is how we apply strength to them. And if you're noticing that another person is too vulnerable to do that, allow that to be your sense of closure as you move towards things that are more strong for you and feel like they effectively empower and strengthen you. Continuing right now for our Virgos, redefinition through introspection. This could be a deep time of reinvention for my Virgos. And it has something to do with the fact that not only are we moving through this eclipse cycle, but we also see that we're going into a Leo new moon in Leo season. And that is often the ability to understand that stepping back gives us the space we need to step forward in new ways, right? Sometimes a little bit of hermit mode is nice because it allows for a new introduction. So I feel like for a lot of the Virgo energy, that ability of potentially taking some time for the self right now may be an experience of deep contemplation and rediscovery in order to understand how you are effectively going to step forward even more and stronger than you did before. So allow this to be a time of restoration, healing, conversation, taking a lot of that R&R to be able to find the part of you that allows you to feel energetically stable and strong as you continue to move through things. Continuing right now for our Leo's energy. How you doing right now, Leos? Okay. It's a lot. I know it's a lot of energy right now. And the thing about it, you may be feeling this may be feeling very surreal for those with Leo placements because, as I mentioned, we've got a lot of energy that's currently in Leo. We've got a new moon in Leo coming in Leo season that's going to feel a lot like a full moon, given the fact that we're also going through a solar eclipse at the same time that we're experiencing that new moon. This is the understanding of recognizing and valuing what it means when we are holding our energy preciously, right? And holding our energy preciously does not mean that we see our energy as more special than another's. That's what's beautiful about navigating things with a sense of preciousness, that our preciousness doesn't hurt another person's preciousness, right? Everybody can have their own precious, but first you got to get in the business of understanding the self, right? Because what often happens in the context by which you're navigating yourself preciously and another person is in their feelings about it, that can often understand and recognize that when we're going through argumentations or conflicts, the ability to be able to define what one would prefer helps us to inure against situations by which you're trying to do something better versus situations and circumstances that often feel like there's energetic conflict as it relates to the understanding that when we don't have a clear sense of purpose, that clear sense of purpose, that feeling of helplessness or that feeling of lost often feels like it energetically destabilizes things. So I feel like for a lot of the Leo energy, articulating and building into the context of vision, allow the vision to be the flashlight. Allow the observation of being able to articulate the energetic reasons for things to help fortify as it relates to you utilizing your energy preciously in ways that others might not necessarily have thought about, seen, or recognized before. Because one of the things that we see right now is, and this is what we're getting, especially with this Venus, the Venus in Libra that we have right now with Mercury and Mars, your ability, right, your ability to see things helps others be able to follow that sight. So if you're feeling like there's unnecessary fights around things right now, make sure that you're bringing sight to them. Continuing to get clarification for our cancers, we've got incremental reinvention that may sometimes feel like it frustrates the self. Listen, my cancers, you are so good at reinventing the self, right? Because you understand that when we're working through processes of reinvention does not happen overnight. But the rituals of reinvention often articulate something about long periods of preparation. Cancerian energy just understands this, okay? It's a like when you see a reinvention process, all you're seeing in a reinvention process is the tangible shift that potentially was taking a long time to bring in, right? It's like the observation of the perceptual reinvention that is the tip of the iceberg, as it were, on all of the self work that is required to be able to step forth in that fashion. And your ability to help another person understand the difference in terms of mocking another person's reinvention process by trying to say, oh, I can do that too, and just trying to snap their fingers and do it, instead of understanding the quality and nature of what it takes to move through a reinvention process. I feel like there's a lot of Cancerian energy right now that may be stepping forth for others in ways that are really channeling your Aries placements right now, because it is the observation that when somebody tries to do something overnight that another person has taken years or even months or weeks to build into, it's not the same thing, right? Like that is literally the sound of another person trying to mock another's reinvention or deep understanding of the self that reflects and displays another individual's deep shallowness. So if you're feeling like that, don't get angry, get articulate. Be able to effectively, and like your, and I know that you have the capacity to do this, like your ability to outspeak another in being able to explain the difference is your superpower in these circumstances and situations. Gemini, how, speaking of which, similar to what we were seeing for those with Cancerian placements, there's nothing worse than a false crusade, right? And what do I mean by a false crusade? A false crusade is somebody shouting to the rooftop that they are afraid of something internally that they're trying to deal with externally, right? Crusade and I am afraid rhyme for a reason. So your ability to point out the difference between a sense of purpose, being able to do something in a way by which one is usually, when one understands that one is doing something that is right, it's usually about overcoming the fear. It's usually about being able to energetically amplify and address something in a way that is profound, not the conversation by which another person literally shows everybody their vulnerability by being able to bring false fears into things. So again, it's very similar to what we were seeing for our Cancerian placements. If you're observing others that are working through the context of creating a false crusade instead of getting the help they need in relation to a fear that they themselves are carrying that they don't need to address, or they don't feel the need or meaning to address, your ability, like it's actually, like it's funny because like I feel like for Cancerian energy, I'm saying use your words, right? Like you utilize your ability to energetically compare, right? start bringing out those comparisons that feel like they energetically help another person see and become aware as to the absurdity, right? Show someone the absurdity in relationality to a false crusade that effectively helps them identify the fact that when we're trying to navigate through, we can only navigate a fear, right, if there's a clear reason for having it, right? If not, then that is another individual that isn't doing enough due diligence in taking care of their own personal state. So make sure that you're having a lot of those conversations. Don't get angry. Be able to just start pointing out the absurdity of it, right? Show another person how absolutely ridiculous they're being. My Taurus energy, what we're seeing right now, the message we were seeing for a Taurus energy right now is working into the observation of how long it takes you to be able to come into a restive state. And this is why you potentially get so frustrated when others are interrupting you in a state of rest, right? It takes a lot of time and effort and energy for individuals to energetically unwind. So, your ability to effectively articulate and define upon that, being able to effectively just navigate or express to another with a sense of easement in terms or in the understanding of what one is trying to navigate. Make sure that you're not doing so from a place of emotion. Make sure that you're doing it as to conversating upon why it's so important to you, right? Because your ability to express the significance and the importance of being able to be protective about your own restive state gives another person the same right to do so. So allow another person to see what you're honoring if it feels like there's something there that is creating conflict between you trying to navigate a point of rest and another person trying to bring things forward to you as you're trying to rest. Well, for Aries, this was really interesting because this energy right now feels like extra credit for Aries. I got to point out, I feel like I was even almost seeing like the Aries is potentially causing the conflict for the Taurus in this way. Because while I see a lot of energy resting right now, I just see a lot of Aries energy, just busy, 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 right? Aries sees a vacation as a time to get things done. So that's the only thing that I see maybe getting a little frustrating for Aries right now is potentially utilizing a time of catching up upon things, but not seeing the expedience around you because because a lot of individuals potentially are utilizing this as a time of rest. So make sure if you're setting new standards for yourself right now, you are affirming that you're not holding anyone else to a new standard that you're setting for yourself, okay? That is the personal standard that isn't affecting others, and your ability to be clear upon that helps others see what you are doing, right? What you are doing that is energetically profound rather than them feeling like they have to keep up with you. That is where we find all of the signs. But if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening this week. On Friday, August 14th, we are going to be studying the 3 cards of the Minor Arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class. but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving an assessment by me where I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey to give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just released one to this morning on the new moon we've got coming up in just a couple of days. You can go read about it over on the stack. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on personal reads today. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is links in my bio, and your paid membership entitle you to the same benefits that I have listed for those who are super fan, which means a discount on the reading that goes to 4 cards for 23 and a free card reading each day. Absolutely. So good to see you today. How are you doing, Avatar? Pisces Tarot, thank you for joining us. Good to see you as well. Hi there, Bridget. Welcome. Good to see you. I've got you on the list today. We do have 2 individuals who have priority, which means they'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Excellent. Hi there, Deepa. I am going to ask you, I have a strict rule about not posting non sequiturs or spam in the chat space. So if you continue to just post your name, I will have to go ahead and block and mute you. But thank you for joining us from India, and I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. We do all need infinite love. Thank you, Montauk, for being here and receiving these messages. Daniela, welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hey, how you doing today, AK? Absolutely. Welcome, Ricardo. Hope you're having a beautiful day. You're welcome. And thank you for being here as well. Excellent. Sending you so much support on that journey, Avatar. Addie, good to see you. I've got you on the list as well. I know. I love Sag energy too. Excellent. Oh, I love it. Oh, you're a Cancer. How you doing today, Dada? And thank you, David, for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live as well. Grand Rising Minnie, good to see you today. How you doing today, Chasing? Excellent. Oh, I love that. Spring lives within winter. Tap to claim. How you doing today, Bridget? Oh, I love that purr. That's beautiful. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Excellent. Yeah, Aries can really and truly enjoy, can really and truly enjoy. Too bad it's not vacay time. But here's the thing about it. I'm aware that Aries can enjoy vacay time. It just doesn't feel like vacay time for Aries right now. You know? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you as well, Ella. Yeah, I've been creating a healthier schedule. I know. Yeah, sleep is not great right now, Minnie. It's all of the stuff we have going on in Aries right now. Absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the thing I have to identify with a lot of that energy is you have to understand there's a real deep dive that's currently happening right now in Aries with both Neptune and Saturn, which is like, I'm going to tell you right now with some of the individuals I'm reading for as it relates to the dream space, the guides potentially being like, you don't need to see that, right? It's working through things. It's working through the observation of what we can energetically control versus what another person is, like what another person is trying, like how another person is trying to have us perceive things, which is why I feel like so many of those dreams right now might be getting blocked because it's guides identifying and recognizing what feels what feels like it would be helpful versus what feels like it's unnecessary. I know you do, purr. We're going to talk about it. Okay. How you doing today, Kay? Good to see you. Welcome. Excellent. All right, we are going to get started. The list we have, as I mentioned, we've got two individuals who have priority today, but if you would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective, now is an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. First person we are reading for today is going to be Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. All right. Again, mhm, absolutely. Excellent. How you doing today, Nicole? Good to see you. And while we wait for Addie's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Addie here. Guys, make sure to give Addie some love. And I've got some inside tea that I need to read prior to beginning this reading. So before we do so, I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer, something to discuss as I read. What is a statement that you utilize to move yourself away from an unserving or undeserving thought? Hold on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, the first thing I'm seeing, the first message I'm getting is prepare for the violins. I want you to just prepare for them. Because I see somebody queuing up an orchestra, which is the observation of someone that's potentially going to articulate upon some crisis that they were energetically navigating and how how completely unreasonable you're being in terms of the fact that they were energetically going through something, right? I literally see a situation. I literally see a situation here where another individual is potentially articulating, like I just keep on getting, they're going to effectively try to articulate upon the fact that they're trying to find your reactivity, right? They're trying to impress upon your volatility. So the quality, and when you understand, right, all you see right now is an individual that is completely working into the context of trying to effectively press upon your keys. And how do you effectively identify that? The quality and condition by which they're in places that feel like they're trying to energetically surprise you, and they're not in places by which you effectively have articulated or desire to energetically see them, right? So that is somebody who's basically showing you that they have no healthy sense of boundaries, right? Because when we care about each other, we're energetically receptive and respective upon how we leave each other to feel. So I feel like the hard thing about this is I see somebody who's potentially going to insist that they were going through a crisis, and that they would like the opportunity to energetically reschedule something, right? Because they're working through, right? They're trying to work through a narrative that you are overly emotional, or they're trying to bring out some kind of volatility in you. So you see, right, what you effectively see is someone who's potentially, right, utilizing, right, they're utilizing the self, they're utilizing the self objectively to try to energetically provoke a volatile moment from you to feed into what they've been articulating that has been occurring. So your ability to effectively have to navigate something with a sense of proportionality, even while recognizing how unacceptable another's behavior is, it's working into the context or the observation of the situation or circumstance by which, and I want to describe this, they're mortifying themselves, right? They're energetically mortifying themselves, specifically and particularly because the quality and condition by which they need to effectively understand that when we're working into prioritization, then we do so with a sense of healthy preparation. And what I mean by that is recognizing and understanding that in the context of working through, right, in the context of working through what they can anticipate, it would take nothing for them to energetically prepare you, right? It would take nothing for them to energetically prepare you. Um, in terms of navigating through this from the perspective of the guides, um, I feel like the guides are arriving, like it's not, and it's interesting too because we talked about the fact that I've got two guides around you, and I see the fact that one of them is a new guide, but the quality and the condition by which the guides are there, right? Remember that the guides are there to guide you, right? And when I say the guides are there to guide you, like the guides effectively help us understand and recognize that what we can prepare for is another person's consistency in being mean, right? Because that's the thing about it. There's no other way to describe it. And when I say mean, right? We're gonna, like, it's interesting because the guides are bringing up mean. And what's interesting about it is that mean energy is often the energy that is describing another person as mean, right? The mean energy that often tries to articulate that another is mean by being as mean to them as possible in order to effectively elicit reasonable meanness, right? The reasonable meanness that potentially arrives to circumstances or experiences where another individual is being predictably energetically mean about things. So it requires, I feel like the hard thing about it is your observation, right? Your observation of them, right? Like being in the context by which they're trying to articulate upon your own meanness, while they themselves are being as mean as possible to you to try to elicit meanness from you, right? I keep on getting two messages from your guides, and these I wrote down before I even started the reading, which is underserving, undeserving. Okay? Underserving and undeserving are effectively They're the same word, right? What is the only letter that's missing from it, right? Because you have to understand that the difference between underserving and undeserving means that when another person, right, when another person is energetically asking for things, right, but they're not giving anything, right, when they're not giving anything, they're just in the space of asking, right, then it's not underserving them because they're receiving what they're effectively giving forth, right? Because it's that quality and condition by which another person may be trying to articulate a desire for something from you, but in the same context, right, refusing to meet the energetic expectations required to be able to ask something from you from the first place, then your observation and your understanding that you navigating and articulating upon that is being energetically receptive and respective on them that not doing that to another individual, right? Which means if they're in the context of letting you down, then you being energetically protective is protecting another energy from them being let down by them as well. Bottom of the deck on this reading, particularly with the Nine of Swords in its reversal, the quality and the condition by which another person seems to be in some context. I want to point out the context by which another person desires to potentially try to rehash past hurt instead of recognize present work, right? There is a limitation to how much speaking upon past hurt heals, beyond the fact that one is able to apply conscientious understanding in terms of what has changed. So if there's a situation or circumstance where another person is saying, right, I'll never forgive you, but I miss you, then they are in a space by which they're living in a paradox, right? That's a paradoxical state that they've created for the self, because you cannot embody two different forms. You can't be in a state by which you say to another person, I will never, ever, ever, ever forgive you. Being around you hurts, but I want to have a future with you. Because that is not, that they're literally telling you that the future that they're asking to have with you is impossible. So the ability, right? It's not the fact that we have to bring binaries into everything, but there's some things by which a binary is arrived into that needs to be recognized as an impasse. And so if another person is saying in the same breath that they'll never, ever, 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 ever forgive you, but then they're saying that they can't live without you, or they can't do any, or they need to see, they want a future with you in it. They're literally articulating the impossibility of that, because they're communicating that the only way that that could happen is if they were in a state of perpetual pain via seeing you. So your ability to have to navigate and recognize the fact that another person is not being sensible with what it is that they're articulating, right? They have to be able to navigate to you what it would take to energetically heal. And if they've got a question mark on it, then that is not your responsibility to resolve. That is something that they need to resolve within the self. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the first person to be read for after we complete the daily collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Hi there. How you doing today, Marina? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Minnie, for being here and receiving these messages as well. Hi there, Ryan. Good to see you. Thank you as well, Kay. I keep telling myself, oh, that's a very important thing to tell oneself, Minnie. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I know. And thank you guys for also being here and supporting each other during these reads. There's nothing, I mean, there's nothing to, what are you asking to rebuke here, Seth? You're here to help us rebuke helping each other through difficult circumstances. I need to point out that's you to potentially utilizing someone else's name in vain. Mm-hmm. Because that's what they did as well. Mm-hmm. But I need to point out the only one that's spitting, the only, you're identifying, you're talking about the quote from Luke 10:19, and I have to point out, you're the one that's spitting, you're the one that's spitting judgment into this space, not us. We're in a space of compassion here. So you have to understand, what are you trying to exercise from yourself that you need to come into a space by which you don't understand the faith or the pathwork of anyone here, but you see something and you determine that you can cast judgment upon it, right? The book that you're quoting from is a book that talks about loving the neighbor and having compassion for everyone, regardless of how they effectively come towards you. So your ability to come in here in a space of rebuking, you are whom they're talking about. So I hope you recognize that, and I hope you find the healing that you seek on that journey of navigating through that fear space. And I hope that you're able to return back to that book and understand the messages of love and compassion that Yahshua was trying to communicate to you in those words, not utilizing Yahshua's words to try to hurt another. Sending you so much support on your journey. Absolutely. Valerie, I will confirm. Can you just send me the initial where you sent it, dear? Absolutely. Thank you for letting me know, and good to see you today. How you doing today, Dr. Genuine? And thank you for reposting. You're so welcome, Addie, and sending you so much support on that journey. How you doing today, Masa? Excellent. Thank you for confirming, Valerie. The next person that we are reading for today is going to be Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. You'll be the first person that's read for once we complete the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that is being sent in my bio. And if you are a paid member there, you are entitled to the same benefits that I have stated for those who are super fam, which means a discount on personal readings as well as a free card each and every day that I am live. And I've got you, Valerie. Excellent. Thank you for confirming. Uh, you will be, you will be the, let me see what time. Did you get on, when did you, what, can you, do you know what time, did you get on the list before or after I went live, Valerie? Can you just confirm? Absolutely. Excellent. How you doing today, Adam? Excellent. All right, perfect. The next person that we're reading for today is going to be Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general? It's on the disco under general. Thank you for confirming. Excellent. How you doing today, Michael? Mm-hmm. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, here's the thing about it. I mean, and I want to point this out, Mello. If you're talking about being triggered, we're coming into an eclipse cycle. So emotions can feel very intense, but being able to navigate emotions with a sense of proportionality is how we navigate through them, right? Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're going to be doing an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wolf. We'll do it again after the next reading, and I just need a moment to read over some of the messages that came through. Hold on a minute, going over to general. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Bridget? Mm-hmm. Okay. I got you. I feel like they were in my dream last night. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Where's your book? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is going to sound a little bit wild, um, but in order to give you this reading, hold on a minute. I have to go back. And you already had a reading today, too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hold on. I need to go back. Yeah. You know what I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's interesting because what I'm basically seeing, okay, is there's something in relation to this energy being able to identify and recognize the sound of you visiting soul family is the best way I can describe it. And so the message I'm getting from this individual is they are really relieved to see you like finally visiting. And what I'm getting here in terms of soul family is I feel like there's something that this energy is articulating upon in relation to you continually having to be energetically and this is what I keep on saying, because they see you as a tree, right? And so when they identify you as a tree, they see you as a network of those that you are tending, right? Like they see you as a network of energy of those they are tending, right? And the reason I articulate that is because they often feel, right? They often feel like it's energy. The reason that you're so exhausted has to do that when we are tending well, we're energetically being nourished in the same capacity, right? The quality and the condition by which what we're tending tends to us as well. So I feel like, I see this energy right now, and this energy is in a deep state of peace. Because the reason I see someone in a deep state of peace is because they feel or they observe that the energy that you are around right now is self-nourishing, right? They see you right now in a self-nourishing environment, which is the energy that you're putting into something effectively returning back to you in the same capacity. So I think that that's really important, because what we're effectively defining there is what we see you effectively defining there is the energy. Like the energy is literally like the energy is literally holding up a sign that says I'm fine. And I want you to understand something. If you are tired, right? If you're tired where you currently are, that's because your body feels like you are in a place that is safe and you can finally rest, right? So I see you. Like, I know I see you. Like, I can almost see, like, I almost see you looking at something and being like, why am I oddly so tired? Is what I keep on hearing. Because that is literally you expelling or expending all of that and like all of that weariness that you've been carrying is what I keep on hearing. You're expending your weariness right now. And when you're expending your weariness, right? It's because you've been carrying, like, you've been having to navigate some wearying experiences. And we gotta talk a little bit about wearying experiences, right? Like, we're trying to work you away from wearying experiences, because you have to recognize that wearying experiences can often be wearying in the context by which um, we have to we like we it's wearying to have to expend a lot of energy for another's peace of mind. So I think it's interesting because everything I'm seeing related to this in like to this individual, like this guide, because they're one of your guides, is they feel like there's something about you being there that's bringing you into better alignment. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this reading. Mhm. Um, like, it's interesting because I feel like there's something about working into the context of everything. I don't know why, but I feel like I keep on getting that there's something about being in a location that's very healing to your Cancer placements. Um, but also the fact that this energy feels deeply connected to one of your past lives. So I would definitely make sure, I know, like, definitely make sure that you're keeping um, tabs on anything that's arriving to you in the dream space, even if it doesn't make sense, because there, like, I'm getting that there's relevance there. And the relevance I'm seeing, like, it's interesting too, because the relevance I'm seeing is an energy that's very, like, I keep on hearing someone who's very aware. I don't know why they keep on saying, like, someone very aware of how individuals should be properly addressing you. it's interesting, like, because it's interesting because I'm picking up on an energy that's very overprotective of you. And they feel like you are in the presence of someone who used to be very overprotective to you as well, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for today and the first person read for once we complete the daily collective. And again, just for like, I see somebody who's fine. I see someone who is also deeply resting. So if you get, like, if you get messages that another individual is also sleeping very deeply right now while you're away, that's because when they're sleeping deeply, they're energetically connecting to you. Okay? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much for that generous donation, Mello. Typically, our donation readings are 3 cards for 29 or more. However, for that donation, I'll be happy to draw a 1 card for you if you have a question. If you would like a full reading, all you need to do is send the remainder of the donation, and we can have a full reading as well. Absolutely. Excellent. Mm-hmm. And just reading over the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. You have it's interesting though, because it feels like they're sleeping and giving readings to you in the dream space is what I'm seeing. Like that, like and when you're not there, like I see that energy going into a sleep state so that they can read upon you, is what I was getting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that I see somebody, like that's one of the reasons I'm seeing there, right? Like I just keep on I'm getting someone, like I'm seeing someone who um it's interesting too. Like I want to point out, so I want to just describe what I'm seeing there in terms of that. I usually see an energy that recognizes or identifies that when you're away, you're more in a space of weariness. But I see somebody, like I literally see an energy that recognizes the state of peace that you're energetically in right now and wishes that they could be there. So I feel like I see someone that's resting a lot, because when they're resting, they're energetically connecting with the way that you feel there. Mm-hmm. And Stephen, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful message. Yep. If you can't bring them back right now, I wouldn't worry about it too much, because I want to point out it's a little hard to explain. It feels to me like that energy is reading into your dream space. Yep. We'll discuss it more. That's what I said. Anything you have with fragments, just let me know, because I'll see what I can put back together. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah. Thank you for confirming. Well, here's like it's we're talking about both, right? Like they're energetically relieved that you're in the presence of someone who feels the same way about your energy as they do, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Have a good one, bookcase. Take care. Oh, that's amazing, Ella. You're so welcome, Bridget. Absolutely. I understand completely. No, I know that's what they recognize too, right? I see somebody that understands that if you were like they wish they were there as well. Thank you for the follow, Sammy. Welcome. Just reading over the comments on the place where we keep the videos. Mm-hmm. Doesn't even make any sense. All right. Hi there. Welcome from Pakistan, Rayman. Welcome. How you doing today, Vishnu? Excellent. Thank you, Mello. As I mentioned, I appreciate that. I appreciate that donation. If you would like a one card reading, and I'd be happy to offer one to you for it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Okay. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you, Taya, for the follow. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today. And user 545, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Valerie. Valerie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Laurel, so good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Excellent. And as I mentioned, friends, once we complete this read, we will be moving into our collective read for the day. And anybody who gets on the list right now will be read for once we complete that collective read. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. We are reading for here highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet reading, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And I've got you here. Before we continue with Valerie's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Where is she? Who wants to take a screen cap? Yeah. Okay. Oh man, every time. Every time. It's great. Okay, let's continue. Mm. And one more, please. I just keep on reading for someone who's like literally in a prison of their own design when it comes to you. Okay? Because the thing I'm seeing here, all right? And listen, I need to stress there is nothing that I see that you did to create this state for another, but I literally see a situation, okay? I just want to show this to you so you understand, right? Like somebody has mortified themselves to such an extent that it's hard to be in your presence. All right? Because I feel like this is identifying to me some kind of situation, right? And the way you'll usually focus on this is particularly and especially if this was someone, if this had something to do with another individual being extremely insecure in the context of you having individuals around you that were absolutely platonic relationships, is what I'm getting. Like, absolutely platonic relationship, right? And another person somehow getting extremely out of sorts related to it. I need to stress it's because none of their relationships are platonic. All right? That's what you have to recognize. When another individual gets completely out of sorts, when another person gets completely out of sorts at the mere concept that you have individuals who literally will not believe, right? It's why this is the biggest warning sign that you can ever have with another individual. When another person gets completely out of sorts about the fact that you've got platonic friendships, right? And even to the cost of those friendships, if it felt like those friendships were damaged because this individual felt too energetically insecure, that's because they don't have any platonic friendships, right? All they identified to was in every relationship that's around them, there's something more going on there. And they weren't necessarily being completely honest about it. So and the worst part about it is I see some kind of situation by which you effectively called someone out on it, right? And the way you can usually tell energy like this is energy like this demands full transparency, right? It's literally you cannot win with energy like this because energy like this will literally see you in your authenticity and demand full transparency when you are being nothing but transparent to them, right? revealing the fact that they're not being transparent to you, right? Because that observation, right, that observation of them demanding transparency when you were being transparent, and then, right, getting defensive when you saw something that was questionable and clear, that was in their life that they didn't necessarily want to talk about, they told on themselves. They told on themselves in the beginning, right? They revealed to you the fact that they don't keep any platonic relationships around them, right? That the individuals in their life, there's always something else going on there. And so I just need to stress this, because if this was a situation by which another person got all up in arms about you asking a very simple question about something that it seemed they were not being fully forthright about, you were right about it. You were completely right about it. And what's hard about this is this person doubled down on a lie. Okay? They had the opportunity to be honest with you. I see a situation by which you're like, this is what it appears to me, right? You saying, just, do you want to just articulate upon it? And this person, right, not only did they not open up to you about it, but they probably went all up in arms with you and gave you a whole how dare you, right? And now they've caught themselves, you know, that now they've caught themselves in a catch 22, because they recognize and identify that the only way that they can effectively come back to you is by effectively telling you, right? Not only communicating to you, not only communicating to you that you were completely right about something, but they were trying to make you feel crazy instead of admitting upon the fact that it was true. So this is what I mean about someone who has mortified themselves out of your existence, right? They realize that they can come back to you, but the only way that they can come back to you is if they explain to you the full mortification, right? They have to explain the full mortification of what was potentially occurring between you that they weren't being necessarily forthright about. Now, as it relates to other relationships, I see somebody that's trying to energetically move on from something. It's very hard for them because they realize, right? They energetically realize that you were the opportunity of a lifetime. They realize that they effectively, right? That I'm not sure the context by which you met them, but they realize that anything that they aspired to have with you, they could have had if they were just honest. But they allowed their insecurity from the past to get the better of them, right? They became the force of the trauma that they kept on identifying or articulating that they were trying to move away from. So I see somebody that I mean, I see, like, the thing about it is I see somebody that's trying to move on, but I feel like I see somebody that's recognizing the harm that they energetically caused you, and recognizing the fact that they've got some kind of deep self-work to do in relation to not, I keep wondering, in relation to not destroying a perfectly beautiful relationship, right? And that's what I keep on seeing that's happening for an individual. Like, I see somebody going through all of the waves of emotion, fully recognizing that they were the one energetically responsible for breaking something, because what effectively came towards them was everything that they were looking for. But instead of being able to embrace it, they allowed the old trauma to get the energetic better of them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the daily collective, the list is open. You will be the first person read for once we complete the collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mhm. Absolutely. How are you doing today, Viva? I have a strict rule about not spamming the chat with the same statement over and over again, so I'll ask that you please refrain from doing that again, or I will have to mute you. Hi there, Daniela. I hope you're doing well today. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. I appreciate you. I know that I know that this is heavy. I want to communicate for those who are on the Clock app a message from an individual who is a member on the place where we keep the videos. Daniela says, I hope everyone is doing well, especially if you're having a hard time and need support. My evening's been quite difficult, but today my heart is heavy. I'm still looking for positivity and love. Thank you for supporting each other and helping each other on these journeys, right? Absolutely. I know it's not easy, but that's why we're here. Excellent. Mm-hmm. That happened. Thank you for confirming. It was near the beginning. Johnny, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the first person read for. I think it's very important that we don't throw words around in terms of trying to label others in relation to what we're experiencing. So let's be conscientious about that too. Absolutely. You're welcome, Bridget. I hope you have a beautiful day. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you for confirming that this is what you experience, Valerie, and I'm sending you so much support. I know, dear. I know. You're gonna go back, Bridget. Thank you for all, I mean, sending you support if this message also connected to you, antisocial. Thank you as well, Wink. You're welcome, Valerie. Okay, my friends, we are going to, I want to point out Daniela stated on the place where we keep the videos, sometimes I wonder why those that say they love you hurt you the most, whether in hurt words, criticism, or silence. We have to navigate it on a case by case basis. Sometimes when we're not working into the context of being able to appreciate or work through feelings, this is why we talk about being able to face our feelings, because when we're facing our feelings, we're not avoiding them. So some of it can be in the space of others avoiding. When we are working through hurt, we're able to communicate to others what our needs are so that those needs are met and appreciated. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey if it feels like you're doing that and you're not receiving it back in kind. Um, per, absolutely. I need to point out in relation, per asked the question whether a reading is possible when it comes to a mystery or a guide that hasn't fully revealed themselves. It's very, yes. Because what you have to understand is guides take their time in fully coming towards us. So it's not uncommon for us to be working with a guide before we fully understand who that guide is, because that is the identification of working into the space by which we are building confidence with them, right? That observation or that understanding is often how the guides work, specifically because, and I want to point this out, a good guide isn't going to announce who they are and then expect an individual to want to follow them blindly in the fact that they're energetically respected or in that way, right? Like that's why, that's effectively how the guides that I've read for, that's how they prefer to work, because that's how you effectively understand and build into like recognizing what feels energetically healing and restorative for you versus, right? Versus nomenclature, right? Thank you so much, and thank you for getting on the list. Just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 6 more spots available before the list will be closed. That said, we are going to get started on our daily collective for the day. And if you would like to get on the list for a reading, you will be the second person read for once we complete the daily collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in the private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Absolutely. And currently that highest gifter is being held right now. It's being held right now by Mello. Thank you, Mello, for those gifts over on the place where we keep the videos. And I wish you guys a lot of luck in participating in that giveaway. Prior to beginning our daily collective, we will, as we always do, warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. And as I mentioned, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And just a reminder, if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 3rd person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for Superfam and for subscribers. Just bear with me one moment before we continue. Absolutely. Excellent. Oh, you were going to say Swan. Nikki's here. Nikki, did you see? Are we going to let Nikki know? How are you doing today, Nikki? Excellent. Good to see you today, dear. All right, just bear with us one moment before we begin, and we will get started. And just a reminder as well, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. All right. Excellent. Oh, thank you as well, Areli. All right, that said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. We're going to be starting right now with the energy for masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Can I please get 3 cards for masculine? We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. What do we have coming through right now for masculine? We've got the Ace of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Two of Wands in its upright, in combination with our 10 of Pentacles in its upright. What are we effectively seeing and understanding as we're navigating through the headspace of masculine right now? Masculine, one of the things that we're potentially seeing to navigate right now, I just need to give you this daily reminder that we're currently in a pre-eclipse cycle. And when we are working through a pre-eclipse cycle, you know what I always say, eclipses are amplifiers, okay? The reason we often identify or articulate that eclipse seasons are unpredictable is because it all has to do with the quality of the energy that we're experiencing as we navigate into an eclipse process. So what are we effectively identifying and recognizing that we're coming into as we're working through that? It's working into the observation of building a strong sense, right? Building into a strong sense of confidence as it relates to the observation of the self. And what do we identify and recognize as it relates to building into a healthy sense of confidence? A healthy sense of confidence is often articulated and established by being energetically responsible related to the self, right? Our self responsibility articulates upon our own ability to be self determined. So when we are navigating our responsibility effectively, right, then we don't allow for the context of responsibility that requires energetic encouragement. Rather, the observation and the understanding of what it is that we apply our force of fortitude upon. And so, what we effectively see, I want to describe this right now. This can get very frustrating for the masculine energy that's working on healing, right? Because the quality and the observation of building into energetic healing is being able to take energetic accountability for things, right? It's not the context or the calibration by which we need energetic reminders, right? When you're being energetically responsible, you don't require reminders in terms of what it is that you're being responsible for. That's what it means to navigate through responsibility. And the responsibility that does not require reminders is the amplification and the articulation of what responsibility is. Because what do you often see responsible energy doing? Reminding everyone, okay? Energetically reminding everyone. So there's something very important about that, because the quality and the condition by which another person effectively articulates upon it is and I want to describe this like the and I feel like this is hard for those who are like working through it, right? um the reminding energy is the responsible energy. It's responsible energy. Because responsible energy, what is responsible energy often doing? They're working through the quality of improving upon everything. So we see that for a lot of the energy effectively working into that context, that ability to articulate and define upon it is how we come into our feeling of energetic expansion, right? Because our expansion, the expansiveness of the self that we are effectively able to quality and understand is building into that same sense of the difference between maturation, right? The difference between maturation and the quality and condition of recognizing and building into the stability and the context of the self. So I feel like there's something very important about that because it's built and based upon conversation. So I feel like and I want to describe that for a lot of the masculine energy working through this, right? That when you identify, right, what do you identify that often builds into the context of a relationship that is working through a point of exhaustion? When we are not building into responsibility for ourselves, we create weary partnerships, right? And why do we identify that? Why do we identify that when we are not building into responsibility for ourselves, the only thing we find is weary partnership? Because the weary partnership is often amplified and articulated upon the recognition and the understanding that it should not fall upon others to have to remind us of our responsibility. Because if others have to remind us of our responsibilities, then we ourselves aren't being energetically responsible for them. The energy that is reminding is the responsible energy. So there's something very important that we see there as it relates to what feels energetically supportive in terms of identifying and articulating upon what builds into a healthy sense of stability versus situations that feel individuals that feel that they need perpetual guardrails in place in order to facilitate upon responsibility. So there's something very important that we see there working into the context of maturation, because when we're building into maturation, we don't require guardrails as it relates to building into that responsibility point, which doesn't mean that there aren't moments where we occasionally falter. But when we falter, we alter, right? When we falter, we alter, which means we change something so that we don't energetically falter again. Now, this brings us into feminine energy. Feminine energy, I'm going to, here's the thing about it, feminine. I was going to give you another deck, but one of the cards from the Smith Waite deck was stuck to the table. So it feels like it needs to be a part of the reading. So one of your cards today is going to be from the Smith Waite Centennial deck. The other two are going to be arriving towards we're utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. What do we have here? Oh my goodness, two more cards, please. We've got, and bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, look at that. We've got King of Pentacles and it's upright, right? And we've got the Fool card in its reversal. And we've got the Empress in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about this energy, because the thing about it you have to understand is the quality and condition of feminine being in their identified state is not feeling energetically forced to be an empress, right? And what do we mean about feminine energy working through the quality and condition of not feeling energetically forced to be an empress, which is the quality and condition by which when others are energetically responsible, right? When others are energetically responsible, then it allows feminine to be able to focus and concentrate on the energy of the self. But this is why we see that this is feminine energy working into the appreciation and the observation of recognizing and understanding that when we are navigating into the space of others, holding our energy sacred, they don't see feminine energy as the pervasive presence that is required in their life to energetically remind them of things, specifically and particularly because it should qualify into the context of understanding that every time another individual has to energetically remind us of something, they're energetically expending their own energy. It's exhaustive, it's frustrating, it's detrimental, and it often pays for the way. And this is often what happens in relationships. Somebody will be like, oh, I don't know what happened to the relationship, right? One minute it was fine and then it was not, failing to recognize all the signs of a relationship reaching its ultimate weariness point that has to do with another's irresponsibility in being conscientious of another individual expending precious energy as it relates to responding or building into the context of reminding another of a responsibility. And this is a lot of the trauma that feminine has had to carry, right? Somebody potentially working through experiences by which another person tries to say, oh yeah, I don't know what happened. One minute everything was fine and the next minute wasn't, because when another person feels, right? When another person feels that their energy is not being respective, but in the constant space by which another person feels the need to energetically remind another of what a responsibility is, that is the sound of a relationship that is slowly eroding. Because when we care about each other, right, we don't require each other, we don't require the disintegration, right? We don't require the disintegration of another individual's headspace, constantly worrying as to whether we will maintain the responsibility that we have effectively given one another, right? We feel security when we're building into a sense of a space of stabilization and security. Then we feel the energetic relief upon the fact that that is occurring, that allows us to be relieved in terms of doing other things with our precious energy. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy working through that observation is a culmination of what we see with a lot of these strength relationships, because strength relationships are effectively articulated upon the security. We cannot have a strong relationship unless we feel stabilized and secure upon the fact that we are maintaining our responsibilities. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, that is a lot of the feminine energy articulating and identifying the space by which, if they themselves do that, it's not too much to ask from another individual. This brings us to the non-binary energy. And we're going to be utilizing for non-binary right now. We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. Can I get 3 cards, please? Mm-hmm. Oh, these cards, these cards are all over the place. I need to point out, I just want to start this by saying that these cards are like, it's a lot happening here. So just give me a minute. Okay, yep. Yep, okay, I got it. Hold on. Okay, that fixed it. Okay, that's wild. I have to point out, it was wild because I don't know if you noticed, I split the deck and there was a card that was already upright within it. And the card that was upright within it was the Queen of Swords in its upright. And can I get 2 more, please? And now the card, yeah, that's it. Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, and then a 9 of Cups in its reversal. Okay, and we've got a 5 of Wands in its reversal. This is, here's the thing about it that I'm seeing for a lot of the non-binary energy. And like the thing about, how's it going seeing everybody's fears full tilt? How's that going? Because here's the thing about it, and you have to understand, when another person is navigating fears full tilt, it's literally the sound of another individual being completely unreasonable, right? Because you have to understand that fear full tilt has a lot to do with others that haven't worked through their control issues, right? And you have to understand the quality and nature by which we feel safe is directly proportional by how well we navigate our own fears, right? Because what happens when we don't navigate our own fears? We go putting fears everywhere. And the way we put fears everywhere is usually through control, right? It's through control. And the way that you can effectively identify the difference between fears and awareness is awareness desires transparency, right? Awareness desires transparency, and fear demands control. Okay? So I want you to understand that if you're ever worried, okay, if you are ever worried about something that you're navigating, remember that awareness desires transparency and fear demands control, which means that the ability to apply, right? The ability to remove, because you have to understand when you remove fear, fear is resolved. Fear is resolved by providing awareness, right? Fear is resolved by providing awareness. So the quality and the condition by which we effectively work through things by providing awareness upon them is through the observation of recognizing and understanding the quality and condition by which we are energetically aware of the care of others, right? And when we are holding each other properly, then we give each other the gift of awareness, because it's through that awareness that we ourselves are able to heal. And the hard part about this is, I feel like this is what we see for a lot of this energy, right? And this is how we identify what compassion is, which is when you're being compassionate, and there'll be those that aren't necessarily ready for energetic awareness, right? And what you'll often experience when you're putting awareness somewhere, someone being like when you see somebody navigating a fear space, what is the first thing they're going to say? How dare you bring your awareness in here? Right? Like that's what they'll say. How dare you bring your awareness in here? Because when they identify the word, when another person identifies that they are afraid of awareness, what they're really saying is, I would rather be asleep, right? It's like they don't even recognize what they're saying. So the quality and condition by which we literally tell on ourselves with our words is remarkable, because even in the context by which another person tries to articulate, you have to understand being afraid is like being energetically asleep, right? Because it feels comfortable to live in the context of your fear, right? When you're living deep within your fear, there's nothing to be afraid of because everything brings fear within you, right? So, understanding and navigating the quality and condition by which we are effectively aware is bringing the understanding and the clarity of observation to things, always heals things. It always heals things. Okay? Awareness always heals things. But those that would rather stay energetically asleep in their entitlement will be afraid of aware things because it disturbs the false sense of peace that they've energetically created for themselves. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, right? The quality and condition by which another person says, oh, I can't look at that, it disturbs me, being like, that's not healthy, right? The quality and condition by which you identify that the state that you must exist does not allow one to be able to perceive things that are disturbing, that in itself is a disturbance. moving back towards moving back towards masculine energy, and utilizing, again, we're working into the heart space of masculine, and we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of masculine. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards, please. We've got the Knight of Swords in its upright. We've got the Queen of Pentacles in its upright. And we have the and we have the Temperance card in its reversal. So what do we effectively identify or recognize that's potentially occurring with those cards? It's working into the context and the understanding of the quality and the condition by which we are effectively building into a point of energetic stabilization. Now you have to understand and recognize, and this is very important, that what we're seeing right now for masculine energy, right? The observation of being energetically responsible is beautiful, because when masculine energy is in relationships that are mutually prioritizing stabilization, then it doesn't allow masculine energy to perpetually exist in an infantilized state. And what do we identify as it relates to, and this is the thing about it, toxic masculinity is a state of perpetual infantilization. And when you understand that toxic masculinity is a state of perpetual infantilization, what you effectively identify there is energy that tries to put all the responsibility on everyone else, so that an individual can concentrate on their masculinity, right? The toxic masculinity that likes to articulate the fact that masculine energy needs to spend all of its energy protecting masculine energy in order to do absolutely nothing. Okay. Like, that's like, have you noticed that with toxic masculinity? Being like, well, what are you going to do with all that toxic masculinity? Revel in it. Revel in it, right? That is an infantilized state, right? It's energy that potentially articulates that it needs to protect the masculine energy by making sure that others are doing everything that is responsible, so that masculine can concentrate on being masculine. And then you say to the masculine energy, but what are you doing with the masculinity? And they say, reveling in it, which means you're playing with it, right? It's literally the energy that's playing with itself. So when you understand that there's nothing more infantilizing than toxic masculinity, because toxic masculinity is literally trying to avoid responsibility in order to perpetually play with itself, then you understand how mortifying that is to those that are energetically around it, right? Because it's the observation that when we are holding into a healthy sense of masculinity, healthy masculinity is articulated by holding on to responsibility. Because if you're not responsible for the things that you prioritize, then when you return back to them, you find everything devastated, right? We have stories about this. We literally have stories. We have tales that we articulate upon the danger of masculinity becoming toxic. Because when masculinity becomes toxic and plays with itself, civilization falls apart, because masculinity is more invested in showing off its strength than fostering and supporting the energy that requires it, right? It is building into the observation that healthy masculine energy is a song of stabilization. It is a song of building into and energetically nourishing things, not going off on journeys to try to prove that the self exists, because there is no sillier story on this earth than having to go on the journey of proving that you exist. Because when you prove that you're trying to prove that you exist, never have you been less secure. Never you've been less secure. Never have you been less secure, right? Like, you're like, what are you doing? I'm proving that I exist. That's, guys, this one here, what did they do? They spent the whole time, the whole time, yeah, proving, I know, it doesn't, I know, yeah, proving they exist. I know, I don't, yeah, I know. Right? That's how everybody else sees it. Okay, that's how everybody, it literally looks like it's infantilizing. It's infantilizing. Okay? It's embarrassing. And this is the thing about it. And that's the thing about it. The healthy masculine energy having to carry the weight of that energetic embarrassment, right? It's like having to carry it like a breastplate everywhere you go, right? Being like, I would like to apologize for the embarrassing energy that I'm connected to. Again, because it understands, right? It understands the quality and condition of how mortifying, right? How mortifying that is to often feel the quality and condition by which you have to articulate to others the understanding, right? The understanding that one is not in that way, right? By constantly feeling, right? By having to be, right? Having to effectively show others through one's own sense of fortitude that you are the shape of the change that you're trying to bring into the world. Never is it harder, never is it more important. While for feminine energy, three cards, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. No, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for feminine, please. Three cards. Three cards. Yeah. And this is what happens. Feminine, again, Six of Pentacles in its upright, right? Two of Swords in its upright, and Six of Cups in its upright. So what happens, there's no society that can be found that is healthy. No one's ever going to want to speak to us or do anything. When we see a society that literally puts all of the responsibility on the feminine, that they try to perpetually disempower the entire time, right? You create an impossibility space when you literally articulate and say the only place that feminine should be is energetically responsible for everything and taking credit for nothing, right? That is the shape of the infantilization that is created in a society that works to protect the infantilization of masculine energy, that gives feminine, and then is surprised when you find feminine energy weary, because you literally dictate to feminine, say you must be responsible for everything and take credit for nothing. You must be in the space by which you are energetically responsible for everything, but at the same time can take no energetic credit for it, right? The quality and condition by which a society asks a whole portion of their energy to be a silent lifter. A silent lifter, and then you are surprised when you find the feminine energy irritated or frustrated or weary, because what you're basically articulating over and over and over again is the desire to see a silent lifter, which allows for the infantilization of a whole half of society. And this is why when feminine articulates, when feminine speaks, it is a gift. It is an energetic blessing, because things should not be that way. Because when things are that way, nothing is energetically maturing. We are creating societies that don't allow individuals to come into their maturation point by celebrating silent lifters instead of articulating upon the state and nature by which we should be energetically proud of our accomplishments, because that quality and nature is one of mutual uplifting. And when we are mutually uplifting each other, then we are effectively recognizing that there is enough joy to go around for everyone. But only if we stop being selfish in terms of trying to articulate quietly to a whole portion of society that we would rather have one doing everything and not articulating upon anything. While for non-binary energy, three cards, utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, we've got the Queen of Cups in its upright. Oh, we've got two cards here. We've got two cards. We got two cards coming up right now in the heart space of feminine. The Tower and the Magician in its reversal, right? The Tower and the Magician in its reversal. Good Lord. And we've got the Four of Swords in its reversal, right? Which is the quality and condition by which we understand the difference between navigating through fantasy versus reality. And here's the thing about it. There are things that are great in fantasy, but in reality, right, are not identified as being energetically practical. That's why infantilization and in fantasy sound so similar, right? Because there are some things that should only be perpetuated in fantasy. But the fantasy, when you are an adult, when you are energetically mature, then you recognize that just because there is a fantasy, it isn't the energetic reality. That there are those that don't understand the metaphysics between a metaphor, right? And when you don't understand the metaphysics of a metaphor, then you try to bring a metaphor into reality and you ruin reality. You ruin, like, when you don't understand the metaphysics of a metaphor, you try to bring a metaphor into reality and you literally destroy a reality in the process. You literally did, like, that is literally the sound of another, like, it's it's ridiculous because when you don't understand, and this is why it's important that we study things, because when you don't understand, right? When you don't understand what a metaphor is, then you are not thinking about the full shape of thoughts, right? You're not recognizing the full shape of thoughts in terms of identifying, and this is what's beautiful, the state and nature of our dreams and our imagination help us to be able to identify what is happening in reality, right? The quality and condition of understanding the value of a metaphor is one that is, and this is what you have to understand, okay? When you understand that metaphors articulate the experience of being in something, then when you try to take a metaphor and bring it back into reality, you basically destroy the metaphor upon it and you bring in a worse reality that existed before the metaphor occurred, right? So when you don't understand, and this is why you see others, right? This is why there's nothing worse in this world than someone that does not have the ability to think beyond literal, right? Because when you are not able to recognize that energy that lacks the ability to understand that things exist beyond the literal, right? Then often you recognize that communication is one that effectively it's effectively one that you often have to articulate to another in terms of understanding the value and importance of navigating the beautiful sublime shape of thought that allows us to think differently. Not, and you'll often see this, energy that has lost, right? This is why there's nothing worse than a society that has lost their imagination. Because when a society loses their imagination, then everything becomes literal and nothing becomes beautiful. Because this is why we articulate that maintaining imagination is so energetically important. Because imagination is where all intelligence exists. Imagination is literally the location by which intelligence exists. So our ability to energetically imagine upon things, right? What does trauma often try to do? Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting when you recognize the fact that imagination is where intelligence exists, and then you see trauma, and what is trauma always saying? Stop imagining. Stop imagining. Right? That's literally the sound of someone being saying to you, be more dumb. Be more dumb. Continuing to get clarification. Continuing to get clarification. And moving back into masculine energy. 3 cards for masculine, bottom of the deck. 3 cards for masculine, bottom of the deck. And we're going to be utilizing We are going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of masculine, please. 3 cards. Ooh, one's transverse. Ooh, a lot of cards. Hold on, we got a lot of cards coming up right now in the unconscious of masculine. We've got a transverse 2 of cups. Transverse 2 of cups. We've got a Knight of Pentacles in its upright. Then we've got a Death card in its reversal and a King of Pentacles in its upright. Oh my gosh, there is a lot. There's a lot of court cards that we're seeing right now in the masculine space. And the observation, okay, and I need to point this out, the observation of the energetic point where masculine energy, right, when masculine energy becomes aware, right, when masculine energy becomes aware of masculine culture, which tries to articulate what another wants, but what a person desires, right? When masculine energy becomes aware of another person constantly particulating upon what another energy that they're not connected to wants, they're articulating upon their internal desires, right? It's convenient. It's convenient, right? It's very convenient to cloak a personal desire in the context of trying to identify the fact that one holds the energetic secret of another person's wants. But all one does in that, it's very interesting too, because nobody can prove it, right? Nobody can prove when you're articulating and speaking upon a whole energy's desires. That's taking someone's name in vain, right? When you try to claim the fact that you yourself know or articulate upon things in the context by which you yourself are articulating, it's very interesting to be able to recognize and realize that that quality or that observation is often another person trying to energetically dictate what they themselves want, right? And so for the understanding of the quality and condition that when we are working to understand each other, we're energetically actively listening, right? That the quality and condition by which we build into the context of caring about one another is not about effectively articulating upon being an energetic expert upon what another energy desires rather than simply asking, right? And that's what you'll notice. Someone who articulates, right, the unhealthy quality of another person identifying expertise in an energy that they're not connected to, that effectively articulates upon the quality and condition by which, when we understand that, we effectively ask, right? We don't dictate. We introspect, we communicate. So we see that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, facilitating and articulating, right? Building into the context of healthy communication that allows, right? That allows for everything to become possible. But this is why we articulate what true strength is, right? Because never do we feel more vulnerable. Never do we feel more vulnerable than when we ourselves are working to understand and quantify upon that. So our ability to, and this is why we also understand our questions are shields, right? When you understand that every question you ask is a shield, then if another person refuses to answer questions, it reveals what you yourself need to effectively protect from. So I feel that we see that what's happening for a lot of the masculine energy, right, is working through the healthy question that allows for the understanding of building into something energetically better. because when we are asking upon things, then we are able to identify solutions, right? So we see that this is a lot of the masculine energy that's working on inner child healing by recognizing and identifying that there are no unhealthy questions, because when we are building into the context of trying to understand, then we are prioritizing knowledge. And that ability to prioritize knowledge is how we do something better, because you'll recognize that the shape of trauma that you'll often experience in your life will be individuals who potentially try to punish you for asking questions instead of fortifying you with healthy answers. While for feminine energy, bottom of the deck, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith Waite Centennial deck for feminine, please. One, two, three. So we've got two in the center space, one in the first. There's no cards in the third pillar. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Eight of Pentacles in its reversal, and we have the Queen of Wands in its upright. So what do we effectively identify as it relates to that? We've got a lot of court cards on the table right now. And the thing you have to recognize when it comes to the context of building into healthy supportive systems is when we are being healthy, we are being absolutely clear, right? Nothing is healthier than when we are bringing clarity to things, because our clarity tells us everything we need to know about others' energetic prioritization. And here's the thing that's important about that: the quality and the condition by which we are effectively working through or observing or building into energetic awareness is the ability to bring clarity to things. Because in that clarity, right, in that clarity, we are working towards unified purpose. So when you understand, right, that the best energy you'll meet will not only will be working perpetually to make things clearer, right? Then we don't, like, you have no time or no energy, like the observation of working through the energetic relief on how simple we can make things for each other, right? It's the observation of working into the breath of fresh air that we become for each other as it relates to providing simplicity, right? It's beautiful. That's how simple it is. It's bringing that simplicity to things that allow things to become energetically possible. So when we're working through that observation, that observation and that understanding is building into, and this is the hard thing that we see, that a lot of the feminine energy is working through, those that are building into the context of healing, right, versus those that are still like the individuals or situations or circumstances by which the sound of others being in a space of identifying an anxiety about energetically upsetting things, right? And here's the thing about it: the quality and nature by which we don't upset things, like I feel like this is what the feminine needs to work through. We don't energetically upset things with our presence, right? But the quality and nature by which another individual tries to make us feel, right? The quality and nature, the shape of trauma that tries to make one feel that one's presence is energetically disrupting things, right? The disruption, like that is what one needs to be energetically protected from. Okay, like there it is, like that, like there, like that is the quality. Like there it is, like that's the quality and condition, because it's working into the context context of understanding that so long as, right, so long as we are providing clear instruction, right, then presences aren't disruptive. So the ability to understand, right, the ability to understand that as you're trying to bring awareness to things, right, right, what'll you hear? The shape of trauma that'll try to say, oh, you're bringing, you're really disrupting things with your awareness. Yeah, that's what you're going to hear. That's what you're going to, like, yeah, exactly. That's the point. Yes, because awareness does not disrupt things. Awareness does not disrupt things. Awareness does not disrupt things. When things are healthy, awareness heals them. So the ability to understand that when one is bringing awareness to situations, one is acting responsibly, and further, the quality and condition by which one is holding that energetic standard to others, right? It allows for the context of being able to articulate and amplify upon the energetic importance of it. Because that quality or that opportunity of being able to effectively recognize and identify upon that allows for the foundation by which things are possible. And that quality and circumstance is building into, right? That is the identification point by which we understand mutual energetic awareness. Because the awareness that we bring into things is identified and reinforced by that point of energetic stability. That is not, right? And especially in the context of this here, because I want to show you this final space that we see as empty right now in terms of that third pillar, right? The quality and condition by which we make energetic, when we make others aware, right? We make energetically awareness. When we are working through energetic awareness, then it's the observation of being empathic to how others may energetically feel about things. Because, and this is a continuation of the observation of such, that understanding, right? That understanding builds into the context of societal responsibility. They're not separate, they're equal. Because when you understand that societal responsibility is part and parcel connected to the empathy that you have of the energetic feelings around the self, then you recognize and understand that you cannot have one without the other. If you create a society, if you create an individual that lacks empathy, prepare for the downfall of society, because the energy that is not empathic is only thinking about the self and leads to the self downfall, right? It's literally creating, it's literally creating, it's literally creating the loneliness epidemic, right? The loneliness epidemic that is created, that is identified, that says think only of yourself, and then being surprised when you find yourself all alone. But rather, when we build into empathy, the clarity and the observation of the responsibility that we have in maintaining the energetic connections of those around us, then we allow that to understand that empathic responsibility is the foundation of a healthy society. It is the most important thing. It is the most important thing, because you cannot have one without the other. While for non binary energy, three cards. And can I please, we'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. One, two, three. We've got the Wheel of Fortune in its upright. We've got the King of Swords in its upright. And we have the Five of Swords, and it's upright. So what are we effectively seeing there? There's a lot of energy that we're potentially seeing that's building into the observation and the understanding of what it means to work through circumstances and situations that say, right, there's no there's no need for wait and see in anything that's healthy. There's no need for wait and see in anything that's healthy, right? This is why we talk about, like, when we identify the observation of working through the quality and condition, there's no waiting. Waiting doesn't exist, right? Because when you recognize how toxic waiting is, you start to heal your relationship to it. Because if you're waiting on something, you need to ask yourself what's wrong with it, right? There's nothing more detrimental to be in a relationship of waiting, because there are some things that are being, when you're in a healthy relationship, you're mutually waiting for the same breakthrough, right? There's no waiting. You're patiently working towards things. It's the observation and the understanding of energetically working towards things. But you'll see somebody, right? You'll see somebody in the most toxic relationship they've ever been in, right? You'll see somebody in the most toxic relationship they've ever been in. And what do you say to them? What are you doing? I'm waiting. What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for them to change. Is the relationship good? Yeah. Are they happy? Yeah, they're happy. I'm miserable. Oh, okay. So what are you? I'm waiting for them to change. So you're waiting for them to come out of their bliss state to recognize that you're in pain, right? You're waiting for someone to come out of their bliss state to recognize that you're in pain. When we are, and this is why we talk about the observation of empathy, because when we're working into an empathic relationship, there's no waiting in partnership, because you're not in a space by which you're literally articulating and stating to another, oh, well, I'm in pain and they're in pleasure, and I'm just waiting for the day that they recognize that I'm in pain, right? Then we recognize that when we recognize the quality and nature of waiting in relationship, then we work to energetically refrain upon it, which is the quality and nature by which we articulate upon what needs to change. And then we effectively see if another person is applying that healing to it, right? And that's the hard thing, because sometimes, and this is where you'll often see someone that'll start to self-blame because they're in pain, right? You'll literally see somebody who's self-blaming because they're in pain, because another person isn't addressing the hurt that they're causing them. And so when you see that, it's impossible to effectively do something until one is aware of it. Because one's awareness of understanding that when we care about each other, we don't want to see each other in pain, then we effectively identify and recognize that we are always working towards our highest purpose. And when we're working towards our highest purpose does not hurt each other, right? Our highest purpose does not hurt each other. And that quality and condition by which one is effectively having to navigate situations by being able to articulate and understand what type of energy you have to administer to things, right? It's not the quality and condition by which it's the same for everybody. Some situations require a little bit of love. Some situations require a lot of love. But the quality and condition by which one is able to effectively understand, right, that each relationship is unique, is the place by which there's no energetic comparison upon it. So we see that for a lot of these like I feel like for a lot of these individuals, right, working into the purview of complicated situations. And when you identify a complicated situation, right, then often there's a quality and nature by which another person tries to bring advice to it. But the advice that they're potentially articulating or defining is in itself a vice, because often, right, and this is why we understand that when we're working through things that are energetically unique, then sometimes the advice that we're receiving can only help to an extent. It can only help to an extent. And this is often why This is the energy that does not shy away from unique approaches to things. Because, and you have to understand this, that ability to be able to understand and to attenuate as to what is energetically necessary allows another to be able to effectively, right, move towards something as effectively as possible. And when we are caring about each other, right, when we are caring about each other, there's no patience. I mean, there's no waiting. It's all patience. And what do we mean by the difference between waiting and patience? Waiting is a static state. Patience is the work of perpetual activation. Masculine bottom of the deck on this reading, utilizing the Tarot del Fuego, Tower card in its reversal, right? Tower card in its reversal is often the quality and condition by which masculine works to understand the nature by which we energetically resolve into things is by being able to be clear to one another as to what our energetic expectations are. So that ability to energetically articulate to another is not in the like you have to understand, right? And this is often what happens with unhealed energy. Unhealed energy will see others energetically struggling because they have care for another, right? And that quality and condition that is amplified by care is remedied by being able to recognize the energetic awareness that we apply to things, right? It's the quality and the condition by which we understand and navigate situations responsibly, right? Because, right, when you see toxic environments that try to mock care, they're building into an isolation state, right? The quality and condition that tries to mock care is often dealing with the insecurity of having never been cared for. So, what do you often see? Those who are traumatized try to mock the fact that there are those who are cared about because what they're effectively articulating is trying, right, is trying to effectively identify that care in some way isn't strong. But when we have healthy supportive systems around us, then we are energetically as responsible for them as we are a part of them. So this is why we identify that quality or that attention that we build into, right? Arriving in the context of understanding what is needed to maintain healthy relationship is often the responsibility that we build into as it relates to recognizing the emotions of others, because when others when others don't feel that they are being prioritized or appreciated, it can create the state by which they effectively move further away from the self. So we see that this is a lot of masculine energy that is healing from situations that tried to give them the false perception that being strong was being self isolated, because that is the masculine energy recognizing someone prioritizing the masculine being in a perpetually vulnerable state where they are always prioritizing self isolation and then feeling surprised when others are alienating. While for feminine, and this is how the masculine heals from it, through the observation of understanding that when we care about one another, we articulate and amplify upon the significance in healthy, building into healthy energetic architecture. While for feminine energy, bottom of the deck, we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. We have the Nine of Swords in its reversal. And the Nine of Swords in its reversal is working through observation and situations of literally, and I keep on getting, for a lot of the feminine energy, seeing situations that anticipate or expect feminine to be a silent lifter, allowing that to be the closure, right? Because when feminine energy is expected to be a silent lifter, then that is the sound of the feminine energy building closure around something. Because that is the space, and you'll see this. Let's sing a song. Let's sing a song about that selfless energy. Let's sing a song about that selfless energy that did everything for everyone and never asked for anything. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate the quiet, selfless energy. Let's energetically praise the quiet, selfless energy, right? Let's identify that is the I, like, and then, right? And then being surprised when you find feminine energy irate, right? And then being surprised when you find energy irate, when you see everybody articulating and honoring selfless, quiet energy, because it is the state, that is the state that literally devastates the feminine. It is the feminine moving, like it is the energy that says, "Oh, we're going to underappreciate you and you're going to do everything, but don't worry, someday we'll celebrate you for it." Okay, like, okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, right? It's not an honor, it's an outrage. It's not an honor, it's an outrage. You shouldn't be honoring yourself for that. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed because that is literally being like, thank you for helping us perpetuate an infantilized state, right? When you recognize that when you are honoring quiet, lifting feminine energy, you are basically celebrating feminine energy, perpetuating an infantilized state. It's not, it is not honorable, it's energetically deplorable. While for non binary energy, bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords in its upright, right? You calling it like it is a gift. That's all I have to say about it. And yeah, you know what? Here's the thing, calling it like it is will move you away. Like calling it like it is will move you away from anything that isn't authentic, right? Right? Like, so, like literally I see this energy being like, why aren't you there? My honesty. Like my honesty. Why can't you go there? I was too honest. Too honest. What'd you do? I called it like it is. I called it like it is. Your authenticity. Your authenticity is a gift. Your authenticity is a gift. Okay? It's a gift. It's a gift. It's a gift. Okay? And I know some energy doesn't want to be authentic. It's weird. I know. Some energy would rather live in a perpetual space of uncomfortability. It's weird. I know. It's because, it's fear. I literally, I know it hurts the brain. It hurts the brain. It hurts the brain. I don't listen. I've never understood it. Okay, I've never understood it. I've never understood it. But the thing about it is some energy, right? Some energy doesn't desire to understand. They want to like it's like you have to be able, like the thing about it is, and here's the thing, like it's not all feelings are alike. And when we're doing the work to recognize what is a right thought, what is a right feeling versus a not right feeling, is understanding if there is a sensible direction attached to it. I know it sounds like the easiest thing possible, but I know it's hard to understand, but there's literally energy that goes through their whole life without doing that. Right? They're just traumatizing everybody around them, and they're trying to articulate the fact, they're going, but my feelings, it's not about your feelings, right? It's not about, feelings aren't necessarily healing unless the feelings have productive, like a little bow of direction that is connected to the emotion. Because when you put a direction on the emotion, then emotions become the engine by which everything can go. But when you're giving emotions everywhere with no cause and reason, then the emotions make everything stop, right? They get confusing. They create uncertainty because another person's like, I don't know, what did that person do? I don't know. They just showed up with a lot of feelings and then they walked off and I'm not sure what to do with these feelings, right? When we are working through our feelings appropriately, we're not just expressing our feelings to each other, we're attaching directions to them. And that, because that is the quality by which we're not looking for others to resolve them, but that we're working into resolving them within ourselves. And when we become the resolution of our own circumstances, we become each other's blessings. That is the daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it's a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the two cards of the Minor Arcana. Our next class will be held on Friday, August 14th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the three cards of the Minor Arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving an assessment by me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal journey and tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from coming to these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on the full new moon that we've got coming up in just a couple of days. You can find it over on the stack. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to, I'm just confirming here, one moment, I just need to confirm as well the winner of our, I need to confirm the winner of our gift giveaway. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Congratulations, Mello. You won the highest gifter today. And thank you so much to Avatar. You came in second, so you will have an additional one card in your one card reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Minnie. And just a reminder too, we are currently at 15.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Bolton. We do the one card readings once we finish the personal readings. So we will be doing them once we finish the personals. Good to see you today, dear. Absolutely. Excellent. Mm-hmm. I know. Sending you support on that journey, Trishina. Thank you as well, Giggle. I've been mortified and amortified and back to mortified. Absolutely. Thank you, Giggle. I'd like to. Thank you for connecting to these messages, Giggle. Good to see you. Oh, thank you, House. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. Absolutely. And thank you. Thank you, dear. I do my best here, Avatar. I'm so glad that something here was what you needed to hear as well. I need you to use, this is why imagination is so important. Oh, I love it. To be able to define the difference between imagination and delusion. Well, the thing that you have to, it's a very good point, and you've probably heard me say this here. I mean, you have to understand the quality, the quality and the understanding between, like, and this is why it's important that you're working into the context of the egoic self, because I like to point out, delusion usually feels like it's enforcing. Delusion usually feels like it's enforcing an overinflated sense of the self. Okay. If it feels good to think about, it's probably delusion. You know? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yep. Like I like to point out, imagination exists in the room for improvement, right? Like, William, thank you for the follow. Questions are shields. Tap to claim, Trishina. Thank you also for receiving this message, Avatar. Mm-hmm. Yep. Awareness heals. Tap to claim, Trishina. All connected. Thank you, dear. Good to see you today. Mm-hmm. Sending you support on that journey, Per. And Ash, thank you for the follow. Sending you support as well, Ella. Thank you, Nikki. Nikki, did anyone tell Nikki yet? Did anyone tell Nikki yet? Good to see you, Nikki. Has anyone told Nikki yet? How are you doing today, Nicholas? L, these are donation-based readings, so we give a free one card each day to anyone who's a paid member. If you'd like a full reading and you're not a paid member, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-members. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I favorite deck is so hard. It's like I've got so many, Cynthia. I mean, like the one thing I need to stress is the reason I teach and I focus so much on the Smith-Waite Centennial deck is because a majority of the decks that we have today are based upon that one, right? Like that will always be the one that's closest to my heart space because it's so foundational to our understanding of the minor arcana. And we have to give Pamela Coleman Smith their credit for that because the work that they did with A.E. Waite is the foundation by which all the other decks are created. So aesthetically, I have lots of decks that I feel very connected to, but ultimately, like that is the deck that I'm always going to identify is like it's not just the fact that it's my favorite, but it's incredibly vital and important to understanding the tarot. I hope that helps. Absolution. Yeah, it's funny too. 'Cause I was trying to say absolutely, and instead I said absolution when I heard you say, Nikki, no emotional vomit. Absolutely. Thank you, dear, and thank you for those gifts. Mm-hmm. Welcome. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, but and here's the thing about like I need to point out when we're working through things, when we're working through things in a healthy way, right? Our intuition usually leads us to a miracle, right? And so a lot of the work that I mean, look, a lot of the work that I do with those who like I do a lot of work for those who are readers because our ability to kind of navigate through that is so foundational to our ability to heal one another, right? Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you as well, sailors. Austin, we just completed the daily collective for the day. We're about to be moving into personal readings. All right. All right, we're going to get started. Speaking of that, we are going to get started and getting back to personal readings. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, you will be the second person read for, which means it's a great time to get on the list if you'd like to do so. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay, excellent. I got you, Per. Mm-hmm. All right, and just looking up your question here. Under general, thank you. Got you. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. All right, and before we continue right now, um, hmm, mm-hmm, absolutely. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hind. We'll do that again after the next reading. And Ivana, thank you so much for those sparkles. I appreciate you. Okay, let's get to it. All right, we are doing a guide reading. Mm-hmm. Yep, I got it. All right. And let's see here. Thank you. And before we continue right now, uh, 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 uh. All right. I'm going to pin up guys, make sure to give Per some love. Can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And 2 more. One minute. It's Strega. One. Oh my gosh. Yep, I got it. All right. So So the one thing I'm trying to get the shape of this guide coming through, because the thing about this guide is the guide that I'm seeing that's coming through here is identifying and articulating upon all of the love that they have for you, right? There's a lot of love here that I see as being communicated. However, they also identify and recognize and you know, it feels very difficult because this guide um this guide, it's they're an angelic, and I gotta write this down, hold on a minute. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Okay, you need another book. Everybody needs another book right now. Okay, give me a minute. This. Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hold on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I totally understand. Okay. So, mm-hmm. The thing you have to recognize that's um okay. So the thing you have to identify and recognize that is hard is I literally see that this is a guide that tends to linger around caretakers. Okay? And the hard part about it is there's a particular wound that forms in the shape of those that are around caretakers, and it has to do with the intentional it's the intentional moving of the self aside while recognizing the severity of what another person is facing each day. Okay? It's a very specific type of wound, because it's it's sometimes it's not intentional. Okay? It's not intentional, but it has to do with holding another individual's purpose at an early age at a state of high reverence. Okay? So holding another person's purpose at a state of high reverence, which effectively occurs, right? And it's hard because often the nature of it is caretakers don't sometimes realize that is happening, right? Because the reason that the caretakers don't necessarily recognize that this is happening is because they're caretakers, right? They're caretakers by nature. They want to care for things. And the understanding of the quality and condition by which another person is being respective, right? Being respective of the severity, right? Of the severity or the intensity of the work. I keep wondering the work of an intense caretaker, right? Is often it's articulated by the quality that occurs is a lot of um, it's saying self interdependence, which is the space by which another person does not necessarily ask us to become interdependent, but the nature by which we understand, right? The nature by which we are holding reverence, right? The space by which we're holding reverence for another's like important healing is what I keep on getting. And this is why you found yourself, right? This is why you found yourself at that table in the dream space, right? And the thing that you said, at that table with chagrin, because you're now because you're now starting to embody that energy. You're now starting to embody that energy. So you're understanding. I know how you're saying that great. Okay. Like, got a little cleric wound there, huh? How's that cleric wound doing? How's that cleric wound? Um, but so it's it's interesting because like the angelic I'm seeing is literally there to it's saying it's an angelic that literally deals with clerical wounds is what I keep on getting. And the thing about clerical wounds is clerical wounds are complicated because um, it may have created the space by which you are unintentionally deprioritizing, right? Like in unintentionally deprioritizing yourself in the space in the space of another's, like in the space of another's work, like in space of what another needed, which means like you've been healing, you've been a healer this whole time. Right? You've been a healer this whole time. If you've been doing that, if you've been doing that, right? If you've been doing that, if you've been becoming self-sustaining in the quality and condition by which you recognize, and you've been navigating another person's energy that is precious, right? That's been you, like the guides there to help you see that you've been healing the whole time. But that healing for you, right? Healing for you is going to be a little bit difficult because it's a need stated is a need met. And I want you to write that down. And if you hate hearing those words, like the guide is identifying the fact that you have to say them twice. Okay. Like, a need, a need, you know, a need stated is I just keep on getting the same, like they're just identifying, like they're help that, like that's what they're here to help you heal, right? A need stated is a need met, which is like basically it's helping you understand and recognize like a widened, like making sure that you're articulating upon what those things are that you need, instead of another person having to energetically infer upon them, right? We'll get into it more. The guide's coming forward, like they're coming towards you. I feel like you've already been seeing them in your dream space, but they're like like they're just identifying that it's complicated, you know. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. And just reading back. Mm-hmm. Oh, you told her? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you as well, Avatar. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, here, and Nikki, I think you recognize this. You know, when we are working through, right? Like like when we are working through things in a proper way, we're always being conscientious of trying to identify and recognize anything that feels like it's energetically delusional, right? But this is why I was articulating upon our awareness, bringing our awareness to things, right? The observation of a healthy question that fortifies things, right? Like I feel like that's what like that's what I mean in terms of the identification of like delusion. Like delusion usually is the inclination, like if it feels good to think it, it's probably delusional. You know? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you and you're identifying something there, right? Like there you see, like that's the self-created, right? That's the self-created circumstance that occurs, right? That the self-created circumstance that occurs in the shape that occurs in the shape of another's energetic anxiety. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Per. Yep, absolutely. Mm-hmm. I mean, it can't, I mean, I feel like it depends, bracelet, I think it depends on, like, it's interesting, the guide themselves, like, the guide themselves is effectively identifying or recognizing or working through something in such a way by which, it's helping another person understand that some wounds are inadvertent, right? Yeah. So bracelets, this was a personal reading for a particular individual. So if it didn't connect to you, that's potentially why. Absolutely, Per. It's the fact, like, it's not, I need to point out, it's not so much, it's saying to me, it's not so much that they're incognito, so much as it says to me, like, it's not that they're trying to be incognito, but um it says to me like they're trying to help you build into the complex, like it's like it's work, yeah, like it's helping you understand the nature by which your ability to articulate upon needs is working. Like it's saying to me, like, not others aren't dealing with the same severity that you came to recognize in another at an early period, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. How you doing today, sailors? Thank you so much for that gift, sailors. So just a reminder, in terms of having full readings, it's a donation of 29 or more for a full reading. I deeply appreciate the gift that you sent. I'll be happy to draw a card for it. But if you want a full reading, it would be the difference would be another 10. So I'll give you a moment, but if not, I'll definitely happy to draw a single card for you in gratitude for that donation. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes, Queen, the list is open if you'd like to get on the list. Excellent. All right. The next, yeah, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it more, right? I feel like there's a lot to explore there. Absolutely. Thank you, Per. And the next person we're reading for today is Mello. Mello, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, I just want to point out Daniela on the place where we keep the videos is sending their love to you for having that reading. Something that they received there is also building into support, and they want to let you know that they're supporting you as well. Thank you, Daniela. Sun, these are donation based readings, so I'm happy to do a reading for you. If you'd like to send the donation, it's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non paid members. And for those who are members, it's 4 cards for 23. And those who are paid members get a free card reading each day. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you for the compliment, Hardship. All right. And thank you so much, Sailor, for that. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that donation, Sailor. Can I get 1 card for Sailor? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All one has to, I think the thing that a couple of things are coming through for you right now, Sailor. First and foremost, make sure that you're just taking time right now to define what your manifestation goals are, right? If you know what your manifestation goals are, do you see how even my throat started closing up as I was reading for you? It's not that hard. It's not that hard to define to another person what it is that you aspire for. They either want it with you or they don't. And if another person perseverates in the quality and condition by which you articulate upon what your aspirations are, they're not ready for it, right? That observation of being able to work into the simplicity of a manifestation goal is that manifestation goal will act as your shield. It'll bring you into alignment with those that are for you, and it'll move you away from those that are not. And I want to tell you right now, the sound you will hear as you're holding that manifestation goal preciously is somebody saying that you're being ridiculous. It's somebody saying that you're asking for too much. If another person feels like you're asking for too much in the context of a manifestation goal, they want to give you too little. I also want to articulate that if there's anything that you're currently feeling that feels akin to depression, I want you to make sure that you're seeking help with it. Nothing I give you here should replace you getting the care that you need. So, animal oracle card on this. Yeah, horse. Spirit's first directive to us is to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves so that we can be of most benefit to those around us. So if you are doing the following, if you have clear manifestation goals that you're articulating and you're putting the prioritization and the care of yourself, if others are standing in the way of that, those are the things that you have to move away from, right? The only sound that you should be hearing as you're focusing on healthy manifestations and doing what you need to care for the self is encouragement, not energy trying to articulate that you're making a big deal out of nothing, right? Don't let somebody diminish your feelings, because the sound of your diminishment is the understanding that as long as your feelings have a clear direction attached to them, those feelings are your highest source of protection. Thank you so much for being here and receiving those messages, and thank you for that gift. Absolutely. Thank you, Daniela. John, that is not something I do, but if you send me a private message, I can direct you to someone who could potentially help you with it. I like to point out, though, the first thing that you're able to articulate in circumstances of that nature is simply asking. Make sure that you're putting your desire for someone, for energy to move away from you. Speak it out loud, right? Make sure that you're articulating it clearly, and see if that resolves it. If it continues after that, then I can potentially direct you to someone to help you with it. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Thank you, dear. We're about to get there. Excellent. The list right now is open if anybody else wants to get on the list. Second call right now for Mello. Second call right now for Mello. If Mello isn't here, we are going to move into one card readings for super fam and for paid subscribers. So if you are a paid subscriber over on the place where we keep the video, or you are a super fam, you can go ahead and put your question up now and I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fam or a paid member right now, that will also entitle you to a free one card today. Absolutely. I got you, Yaz. I got you. Um, I'm going to leave up some projection energy in another place so that you can see it because it arose as soon as I started drawing this card. You have to understand there's a misconception as it relates to identifying and recognizing choosing circumstances, right? And when we identify the quality and condition of building into healthy energy, we arrive as energetically needed. Okay? I think that there's something you have to understand. And I think specifically, the thing I'm seeing specifically as it relates to your own journey is identifying and recognizing that your energy purifies, right? Your energy, when I read for you, you're very much in the context of being a purifier. And what's hard is when you're working through being an energetic purifier, it's probably requiring you to often be in situations by which you have to energetically speak up upon things, right? You have to articulate upon what is energetically acceptable and what is not. Specifically and particularly with the Page of Wands, I feel like that is you doing a lot of inner child healing, specifically and particularly as it relates to being able to navigate others. And I feel like this is a continuation point that I saw that you're working through as it relates to past life circumstances. Others potentially trying to identify that you would be that you I feel like you have to heal from a lot of situations by which another person doesn't see you as a purifier but a beautifier, is what I keep on getting. Like someone who tries to say, "Oh, you're not being very beautiful right now," as you try to purify something. So your ability to recognize that that's often the shape of situations that you potentially have to deal with is working through the observation that you exist beyond being appealing to another, right? And if another sees you in your purification point, right, and they try to articulate that you're not being very appealing as you purify, that is showing you, right, the full force of what needs to be healed, because we do not exist for others' appeal, but rather to make the world a better place. Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. And thank you for getting on the list, Kate. I would ask everybody to please pause on the one cards. We have another personal reading coming through. I will honor anyone who's posted it, but please hold if you haven't posted it already. I got you, dear. Excellent. Our community teared up. Ella, one card highest, please. We've got the Two of Swords in its upright. So the Two of Swords in its upright is working through the quality and condition by which we effectively identify and recognize what feels. Um, the thing I keep on seeing, I feel like there's something happening right now where there's a lot of energetic protection around you, right? And the funny thing about it is I keep on getting rejection is protection, right? Like the quality and condition by which another person is trying to make you feel left out tells you everything you need to know in terms of what it is you're being protected from, is what I keep on seeing. Animal Oracle, yeah, particularly and especially with this water dragon energy, I feel like there's something there's something there, angelic, in relation to individuals trying to articulate upon something that you don't have to see, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, and I'm like, it's interesting too, because um, the quality and condition, like, it feels like it feels like gross energy, right? Like gross, when I define gross energy, I mean it's gross because it's like somebody going towards someone that they don't agree with in any way, but trying, like I keep on hearing, like it's like it's so much worse than you anticipate, because not only are energies going towards someone they don't agree with, but they're just letting them say anything in order to get closer to them, is what I keep on getting. It's like that, you know, like it's a lot of that. Like I just keep on seeing that there's a guide around you saying like you're not missing anything there because it's really ugly, is what I keep on getting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Please hold on one card. We have another full reading coming through. Hi there, Daniela. I got you, dear. High priority for Daniela, please. When another person tells you who they are, believe them, right? Don't try to have to read into it. If another person's articulating how they feel, even if you know, even if you feel that there's more there, right? Then your ability to energetically recognize that love comes in many forms, and the way that we love the most is honoring another's wishes, right? Honoring another's wishes is the highest form of love, because that is the quality and condition by which, right, the love isn't lost, right? It's the observation of another person identifying and articulating to you what it would feel like to be best loved by you. So when we're honoring each other's wishes, there's no love lost. That's us applying that love to what another person has asked for. And I keep on getting too that your divine counterpart wants the same things as you. Thank you so much, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. I feel like I have a message coming through from a divine counterpart that says, like, you should write this down. We are aligned. And when I say, wait, we are aligned, it means that nothing that you define to them, that what you desire, is going to be a problem, because they're going to want it just as much veracity as you do. Thank you so much, dear. You're so welcome. Excellent. One card for, yep. Yeah. One card for Ivana, please. I feel like I need to write that down in your book. Hold on, Yaz. Hold on, I gotta pause here. Okay. 2 cards here for Ivana, highest priority. I know, listen, I know you don't intend to, but energy feels insecure around you. You know? It's not your responsibility to soften yourself around insecure energy. I'm going to say it again. It's not your responsibility to soften yourself around insecure energy. Let me just write this and I get your book. Hold on, where's your book? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, you got a new book coming too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's wild. Hold on a minute. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Okay. One moment. Gotta get you another book. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. No problem, dear. I know, sending you support on that journey, Yaz. And here's the worst part. You shouldn't have to, but it's like that's what I'm seeing. You're so welcome, dear. SK, these are donation-based readings, so we're doing 1 cards for those who are paid members, which are paused now because we're getting back into personal readings. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you, or you can get on the list for a full reading. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-members. You're so welcome, dear. All right, 1 card highest. Yep, related to finance. Yep. It's saying make sure that you're navigating situations and circumstances in such a way that allow you, like I keep on hearing, like the quality and condition by which you are finding opportunity to do something in, I keep wondering, doing something in a light way, right? It's interesting because like the word I keep on getting is light work, which is being able to understand and recognize what feels like it's lightening you so that you can move with greater rapidity is what I keep on getting, Julia. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like especially with that 4 of Pentacles in its reversal, right? The difference between, I keep on getting the things that we possess us too, right? So your ability to understand what feels like it's energetically, what feels like what anything that feels like it is fortifying you is allowing you to do something better, right? Um, not feeling like you're carrying it in a way that it feels like you're energetically responsible for it, right? So being able to navigate something in such a way that allows you to identify what needs to be held versus what needs to be borrowed is what I keep on getting. There's something important about that there. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you, Ella. All right, again, we've put a hold on the one cards right now because we're moving into a personal. Thank you. So please, everyone, pause on the one cards. I'm going to put a note here. Thank you. Excellent. Mm-hmm. All right. And thank you, Rowan, for the follow. Oh, that's beautiful, Melissa. Mm-hmm. One card for Melissa. It feels again I feel like every time I pull for you, it's you just finding the place, right? Like this is you just like finding the place that feels energetically right for you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly and especially with a Page of Swords, right? Identifying and recognizing, identifying and recognizing, um, like familiarizing yourself with a place so that you can identify and recognize where you ultimately desire to be in the long term. I feel like that's what a lot of the work that I see that you're doing right now. It feels very beneficial, and it feels like something about you, like feels like there's something about this trip that helps you to find something that you've been looking for. I got you, Laurel, one card on that trip too. We've got a 4 of Pentacles in its reversal. So the 4 of Pentacles in its reversal here um, feels very much in alignment with recognizing or identifying um, what you yourself are working through, and not just what you're working through, but it feels like there's something very powerful there in terms of being able to communicate or articulate to another upon how you're feeling in order to get one's needs met. You know, I feel like there's something about that trip that feels like an emotional release, specifically in terms of being able to navigate in terms of being able to navigate or connect to energy, helping you find new ways to feel strong within your feelings, is what I keep on getting. Thank you. Absolutely. Again, we've got a pause on the one card, so please no more one cards because we're moving back into personal readings. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Ruby, I didn't see your question come through. I just scrolled back. Mm-hmm. So if you want to repost it, and in the meantime, thank you. The dream with that individual, it feels to me like something about that dream is showing you what another person would feel would be an ideal situation, right? Like again, bottom of the deck with the King of Wands or something. It's hard. I have to point out, it's very hard to do dream interpretations with one cards, but it feels like it's giving you another insight in terms of what another person's ideal circumstance or situation would be, or helping you be informed in terms of the way that they were perceiving something. Okay, next person we're reading for today is Kate. Kate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, Spirit's got jokes. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my God. All right. I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here, Vero, but I'm sending you so much support on that journey. All right. One moment, please. Hi there. How you doing today, Siobhan? All right, let's get to it. And guys, I'm going to pin up Kate here. Make sure to give Kate some love. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. Okay. Just bear with me one moment. Okay. All right. If you'd like to get on the list right now, absolutely, Bolton. Okay. And can I get, and again, yep, can I get 3 cards for Kate, 3 cards for Kate. So, something I'm seeing around this, I feel like the thing I'm getting here that's really important to observe is working into I just keep on getting nothing. Competitive energy brings the worst energy out, is what I keep on getting. Competitive energy brings the worst energy out. is all I keep, like, this is the only message I keep on getting around something. And the thing about it is, I literally see a situation by which someone's like, oh, we're going to make this fun. And they've sucked all the fun out of something, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because the quality, like, you have to understand, right? That something is only fun if things do not hinge upon it, right? There's nothing fun on others looking at something and feeling like something hinges upon whether they are able to effectively accomplish something or not. So I feel like there's something really important about navigating some kind of change, because I just keep on getting the identification point, right? Like the space by which another person says, oh, we're trying to make something more fun, and understanding that when you try to make something more fun, like, nobody wants fun connected connected to security. Nobody wants fun connected to security. They just want security. So I feel like if there's something that has changed in terms of another person trying to articulate that it's like somebody trying to bring fun into something and not recognizing that instead of making something fun, they've made something energetically ravenous, is what I keep on getting, right? Because the sound, like the sound of entitlement, right? The sound of entitlement is the observation of another person not understanding and recognizing that nobody wants fun added to the contemplation of what it is that they can effectively depend on, right? That they just want something that is energetically reliable, not something that requires a lot of effort, right? But a lot of effort, but only one individual effectively getting something, is what I keep on seeing. So if something like that is happening, then it may be the thing I keep on seeing is it may be time. Like, we never look at the tarot to make decisions for us, but if you see someone that is trying to identify and say, like, oh, we're making this fun, but instead you recognize that it's turning a fun air, an environment that was already fun to begin with, into something that is ravenous, time to find something that is prioritizing energetic stability, because what you effectively see is happening there is energy. When energy tries to bring fun into things as it relates to stability, they're actually potentially looking for younger energy, right? Because more mature energy does not look more mature energy does not look for fun, right? More mature energy does not look for fun in the I just keep on seeing, like I keep on seeing a wallet, and you look in and you see fun in there, being like, nobody wants fun in their wallet. Nobody wants the observation of saying, well, I might have this or I might have that, depending, right? Like, depending on some kind of energetic competition that's occurring. Because what that identifies or articulates is not creating anxiety inducing circumstances. So I think that that's very important. And I think the worst part about it is it feels like somebody making a change that they find exciting because they're so entitled, right? Somebody making a change that they find exciting because it's their entitlement showing, right? Like, another individual that potentially is so entitled that they think that adding fun to compensation is something that would be like happy, specifically because they don't understand that when we are in, when others are in, like when others are in a space by which they depend on compensation, they don't want to play with it, right? But when another person is showing their entitlement, right? It's the quality or condition by which you're like, oh look, we're gonna make this fun, and trying to put fun in places where others do not see fun, they see danger, right? They see anxiety. They feel like instead of creating fun, it's like somebody trying to put fun into something, and what they don't realize is they're about to destroy the environment of a place, because what they think is fun is actually going to create a massive amount of anxiety. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, often, like, I feel like if this is a situation or circumstance by which you've tried to communicate this to another, right? The observation, like the observation of another trying to articulate and identify like the good thing that's actually, like, it's like the good, somebody being like, no, like, look, I've taken, it's like somebody saying like, look, I've taken the roof off of something, and being like, but that was my shelter, right? Like someone being like, oh look, I've taken the roof off of something, and another person being like, but we don't want that. We want shelter. We don't want the possibility of knowing how high something can go. We want the reliability of knowing what we can energetically expect. So I feel like it's almost the space by which another person's trying to put a sky's the limit situation as they're eradicating a safety net, right? And I keep on seeing nobody wants to persist in experiences like that. The only energy that can potentially do that is young energy, right? That has nothing to lose. Young energy, like, it's literally, I literally see somebody that's turning a place into a kindergarten, because the reason they're turning it into a kindergarten is because they're like, oh look how much fun this is, and being like, it's only fun if others aren't depending upon it, right? If you don't mind, like, if you, I keep wondering, if you don't mind having some kind of wild whistle in terms of what it is that you might necessarily be able to anticipate and expect. um the hard part about this is I literally see somebody, like, I keep on hearing like, prepare for an exodus moment, right? I see somebody who's potentially going to sit there with their jaw agape as like all of the reliable energy flees the room, and they're left in a I keep on hearing they just turned it into a kindergarten, right? Like they just turned it into a place where everything that they have to do is going to be navigating energy, right? Going absolutely wild instead of trying to build something consistently and healthy. So, I feel like your ability to communicate and articulate, the best thing you can do in a situation like this is articulate to another what they can reasonably expect, right? I know, and if you've already tried to do so, just make sure that you're on the record about it. Uh, Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right, and the next person, thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. The next person we're reading for today is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. Okay. Yeah, they painted it as freedom. Yeah, I just keep on seeing it's gonna like it's saying to me it's gonna backfire on them in a way that like it's like all the stability's left. Mm-hmm. No problem, dear. Absolutely. And before we get started on this reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fernando, when I'm channeling or when I'm reading for another individual, I don't interrupt that reading to answer the chat space. And I have some good news for you because I know that you're so concerned that I am going to reply to you, and this is going to be the first and last time I do so. So I hope you find the healing that you seek, and I hope you understand that the way to form a conversation is not to demand one, but to ask a healthy question. I wish you a beautiful day, and I hope you find what you're looking for. Okay. We got the owl. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? I feel like there's something relevant there for you in relation to your reading, Bolton. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. Thank you. And 2 more, please. Yeah, I feel like I see something very important here related to receptivity and respectivity, right? Receptive and respective. And what do we mean by receptive and respective? Receptive and respective are literally, right? They're not too much to ask. They're the starting point in any healthy communication. And the thing about it is, when another person, right, you have to understand, and I need to stress this, the quality and condition of someone making an absolute, complete, and utter fool of themselves, right, is potentially trying to prove a point in terms of who they desire to speak to, right? The absolute quality and condition of another person making an absolute and complete fool of themselves is amplified and articulated by their own, right? Their own ability to communicate upon who they choose to energetically speak to. And the thing about it is, if you're navigating that, that is the height of immature energy. You do not need to energetically argue with someone that is not being energetically receptive or respective, particularly and especially if another person has done their due diligence in articulating to you the fact that you are energetically representing them. And the quality and condition by which another person allows the state and nature of proving what a fool they are, right? That's how things stay energetically unprofessional. right? Because I just keep on seeing, and here's the thing about it, right? And I got to point this out. Biased energy, right? Biased energy will never outright state the fact that they carry a bias. But the worst part about it is you can see that bias applied to everything, right? And that nature, like that quality and condition, right? The quality and condition by which another person feels, right? Feels like they're energetically digging their heels in, right? Feels like they're energetically digging their heels in to prove a point. Let them dig their heels in to the ground, right? If somebody wants to dig their heels in to prove a point, let them ground themselves, right? Because that's how it looks to everybody else, right? Everybody else, like there's that person who feels like there's that person who feels really like and then they'll be sitting there feeling really proud of themselves, right, they'll be sitting there feeling really, really proud of themselves because they're energetically digging their heels in, right, to prove a point that they don't want to articulate, but in the space by which they don't want to articulate it, everybody else can see it. Everybody else can see it, clear as day, right? And that is the sound of another person making themselves, right? You want to talk about another person making themselves an absolute, complete, um, like the word that I keep on getting is an individual that is trying to make a fool of themselves, is the quality and condition of an individual who tries to prove a point that they will not articulate. They won't say it out loud, and everybody else can see it clearly. And when you identify and recognize that in another, right? It is not your job to save an individual like that from themselves. It is not your responsibility. It is not your responsibility to for you to save another person from the fool that they're making of themselves, right? But the observation, right? The observation of others having to navigate the embarrassment in being energetically connected to an individual digging their heels in like that, right? You didn't do anything to them. They did it to themselves. Okay? And that's the thing about it. Like when you want to talk about another person going through a personal tower moment is often amplified and articulated by an individual that is seeing something energetically beneficial happening, right? Something that is energetically beneficial happening and trying to see something mutually beneficial and experiencing it as a personal attack. You can't do anything. You can't do anything with energy like that, right? Because when things are mutually energetically beneficial and another person feels personally attacked by it, then you recognize that never have you been in the throes of experiencing another person's ego as much as you have, because you can't do anything that's productive because they take everything energetically personal. And the thing about it is when another person's doing that, others potentially see it too. And I feel like there's something happening around you, right? If you're literally doing nothing but trying to bring efficiency into things, and another person is literally crashing out about the fact that you're trying to make something better, recognize that you're not the only person alone observing it, right? It's not going unnoticed. But your observation, right, the quality and condition by which they potentially feel that you are doing something intentionally towards them, that is the energetic problem that others are potentially observing. Because, right, that observation or that understanding is best identified and articulated by another individual identifying what they might energetically prefer. And when we're working through the context of what is preferable, then we are able to effectively facilitate and articulate upon our feelings as to why we're energetically trying to prevent something from occurring. And what often happens in the space of that, you'll often see another person, like something mutually beneficial happening, another person going, no, 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 and being like, why? Because it's not coming through them, right? But you have to understand that anything professional does not exist through personhood, right? Because when you are doing something collectively and professionally, then it doesn't require an individual to effectively give their affirmation solely upon it, because it is the definition of trying to identify what works, right? Like what feels best in the context of everything that one is experiencing or navigating. So we see, I feel like whatever I'm seeing here, having to navigate a situation with a sense of, and I want to point out, make sure that you're not getting in an argumentative state with someone that it isn't making any sense, right? Or someone who's potentially looking for reasons to be incensed as you're doing nothing more than trying to move something in a productive fashion. So, the best way to effectively articulate or navigate when that's happening, right, is if another person is identifying the fact that they're uncomfortable about it, simply being able to identify and say, what, like, I want you to hold on to these words, what would you prefer? And if they say nothing, then say, okay, so just to confirm, you don't want anything, right? Like that is the energy that identifies, they will identify themselves through their own stagnancy, right? Because if you're trying to move something forward productively and another person says wait, and then you say to them, what would you prefer, and they say nothing, then you have identified the source of the stagnancy, because that isn't someone that's hoping to energetically grow something so much as someone who is working, right? Someone who is the source of the energetic stagnation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards. Oh, actually, we're going to hold on that. The list is closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, it's okay, Nikki. And thank you, dear. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Queen. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I hope those messages helped you, Bolton. All right, my friends, final call right now for 1 card readings for anyone who is a paid member or a super fan who has not had a 1 card pulled today yet. And I do recognize, so for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, it seems as if we're having some issues with the chat there. It seems like the chat is experiencing disconnections and reconnections. So if I have not responded to you in the chat space, that could potentially have to do with the fact that we're having feed issues. So please, if there's something that you're trying to communicate that is of import, make sure that you're just reaffirming it, and I'll be happy to answer it. If you are an individual who is a paid member who would like a 1 card, please go ahead and post it now. Avatar. Ooh. Yeah, because it says to me it feels to me like somebody, like it feels like, I keep on getting this when I read for you, somebody who potentially moved away from you expecting that the longing that they were trying to create in you was going to allow for some kind of like amazing reunion where they didn't have to change, but you were just so excited to see them back, right? Bottom of the deck, that it doesn't work like that, you know? Like it feels to me like another person who mistook you for someone who did not have a healthy sense of one's own emotions. Animal Oracle, yeah. Like when another person tries to create longing to heal something that they themselves don't want to fix, right? The only sound that you effectively hear is bye, right? Because that is somebody potentially returning back to you exactly as they left you, but with the expectation of trying to build longing to resolve something instead of being able to communicate upon what was wrong in the first place. How are you doing today, Bella? These are one card readings for paid members. If you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw cards for you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Minnie, one card working through the new moon right now. I love that question. It's about rediscovery of the self, right? It's being able to embrace the best version of self and being able to embrace others' best versions of self, right? Bottom of the deck, our best version of self does not hurt anyone. But others who are working through insecurity of the self, what do you often notice about those who are energetically insecure? They're constantly casting judgment upon others around them rather than in doing the work on their own internal, right? Right? The observation that those who are insecure are often casting judgment on those around them because they're avoiding the internal work from within. So, you being in your authenticity helps others to be able to see that, particularly and especially as it relates to the difference between a healthy, like a healthy conversation versus unwanted criticism. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Avatar. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed today's daily collective, it should be up right now on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up over on our stack. We will be we will be back. We hold on a moment. If you miss, it will be it should be up right now over on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up shortly on the stack. Um, if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have priority if you get on today, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I already read. Yep, I read for Bridget earlier. Yep, absolutely. Okay, hold on a minute. Yep. Oh, thank you. Okay, absolutely. Okay, I got you. Thank you for pointing those out. One card for Bridget on counterpart. Two cards coming through right now. This counterpart will find you no matter where you are. I just keep on getting the message from your counterpart that says that they're not fixed upon a location, that they themselves are working into, right? Like it's interesting too because there's something about the continuation of following your bliss and them amplifying and articulating that wherever your bliss is, they will be as well. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly and especially in terms of that Eight of Cups and its upright, working into a bliss space is being able to recognize and identify what feels like it's most nourishing to us. I got you. Nikki, I didn't see your question come through. Could you repost? And Lisa, one card on count on partner. What do you need to know or see? I love that question. I see somebody who holds themselves to an incredibly high standard, right? Someone who holds themselves to a high standard does not hold others to them, right? It says to me like this is somebody who holds themselves to a ridiculously high standard, but they'll never punish you for it. I feel like that's helping you heal from past situations by which another person was trying to keep you in line with their impossible standards. One card on partnership for Nikki, please. I see somebody doing a lot of work right now in trying to maintain and break through an unhealthy cycle, particularly and especially as it relates to having to think, right? Having to think about the long term instead of the short term. Yeah. it's hard because it feels like somebody trying to drive someone into short-sightedness through anger, right? When you're navigating something like that, the best thing you can do is help somebody maintain a sense of healthy perspective. Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much. Hi there. How you doing today, Annie? I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you became a super fan or paid member today, I would encourage you to message me directly with a disco gift, and I'll send you an invitation to our subscriber only disco channel. You can introduce yourself to the collective there. You'll also find there a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 3 cards of the minor arcana. Have a beautiful evening, Daniela. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.